Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream here. We're going to be doing pixel art in Aseprite for Frontrooms Normalities, more jump scares. So yeah, I'm going to be thinking of different things we can draw that are kind of spooky, kind of scary, kind of horror-esque, and try to make it in-your-face type stuff for jump scares. That's the plan. And got a late start today, so I don't know, sleep schedule is kind of backwards, but maybe we'll try to end the stream earlier than 5 in the morning, so that way I don't keep pushing the weird sleep schedule. Anyways, we're getting started here. We'll be up and running shortly, and see you there. Alright, we are ready to roll here. We are making spooky monsters. So, I've been coming up with the list during the ad break here. We've already made a zombie and a blob. Witch, vampire, bat, snake, spider, mutant, demon, cat monster, fish monster, frog monster. And, maybe we could do a squidge. A squidge monster. Make a creepy looking squidge. So these are just some ideas. I'm not sure how many we're actually going to do. I'm kind of just like, I typed in grotesque monster. Maybe a mushroom monster, that's a pretty common trope these days. Let's see. Maybe a pig monster? I don't know, I'm just kind of writing ideas down at this point. We may or may not get to all of these or not. Cryptic, welcome in. How you doing, Cryptic? If you haven't given Cryptic a follow, you should do so. They do art, they stream, they're doing game development, and they're talking about doing game development on their stream eventually, so that will be cool. How you doing tonight, Cryptic? Are you working? We're coming up with jump scare monsters. So if you got any that you could think of, we're all ears. I'm just kind of scanning a Google image search at the moment. We could do like a swamp thing monster. We could do a dragon maybe, but it's got to be a creepy dragon, not like a cute dragon. I don't know, we've got a pretty big list here. We won't be able to get to all of them, so we might as well just start. But I hope you're doing well, Cryptic. Thanks for dropping in. Alright, so now that we're settled and we have some things here, we can take a look at the blob monster, and we've got the zombie, which I still feel isn't done, but that's okay. We can move on to other things. We can always make adjustments to these, or remove some if we like other ones better, or whatever. Make choices later. We still got 2.5 months for this game jam. It's crazy how much I've been able to get done. I was not able to get the scan lines to work. I tried a few things today, and for some reason it's still getting this weird thing where it's like starting over, drawing the image halfway through, and I don't know why. I could reach out to the person who made the scan line effect, but I feel like I've already bothered them with enough questions for Pyrotoad, and I'm not sure they'd be able to help us. I did try changing the scene to something else. Some other things we could try doing is trying it on a different scene, but we'd just be pulling at threads at that point. We wouldn't be getting any real answers. Chances are it has something to do with the amount of tiles we're using here, and because we're just kind of like going for detail here, maybe we're not able to get the scan line effect working. I really don't know. Don't know why. I didn't write the effects. I don't know that much about the inner workings of GB Studio, unfortunately. It would be cool to get that effect in there. And maybe there's other effects we could use. Cryptic says, I'll be lurking for a bit. Start of shift a little chaotic. No worries, no worries. I appreciate the lurk, and I hope that things get less chaotic as the evening goes on. So maybe we should do like a quick search for GB Studio effects. And I pretty much think I have pretty much all the plugins that are at least widely known for GB Studio, thanks to this Reddit post. But yeah, a lot of them aren't like super usable for me. You know, like set actor invincibility frames and stuff like that. Like, oh wait, that's for Platformer Plus. But yeah, there's experimental ones. Those jump scares screens turned out sick. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, we're gonna keep making some more tonight. And I was just doing a quick search to see if there's any other cool effects we can use, but I've kind of like downloaded most of the ones, and yeah, there's a lot that are there that like don't really work for what we're trying to do. Maybe this one. I'm not sure if I've checked this one out. Nico 27 sub-mapping plugin, dynamic map plugin, simulate input, meta tile plugin. A meta tile plugin, that's interesting. Anyways, I don't really know. I can pull this down and show you what I'm looking at here. Honestly, I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. A meta tile plugin. Hey, Lumbee! Welcome in. Nice job getting first. 17 of those and 34 check-ins. That's crazy. That is a lot. But yeah, I imagine when I think of meta tiles, I think of like rules for tiles, but yeah, I'm not really quite sure. Looks like they made something really cool here, but everyone should check out Big Lumbee if they haven't. Mario. Lumbee's got a great stream. They do retro gaming on a virtual console. They do art, and they're a music person. They do a little bit of everything. I was just looking for different plugins for GB Studio and seeing if there's anything else we could do for these cutscenes. But chances are, the plugins, they don't seem to work well together all the time. And then like the effects one, I couldn't get it to work right for whatever reason. I got it to work right on Pyrotoad, except that it was causing crashes, so we removed it, and now there's this. So Stroltz, there you go. I am awake. So there's that. Nice. Welcome to life. I appreciate you both being here, and Cryptic's hanging out. He's working, so he's got the lurk going on. But yeah, let's do some more art. I think that's where we're at here. Oh, Johnny's asking me a question. Well, I'll answer that later. Because I'm not really sure. I'd have to... maybe I should just answer it, get it out of the way. Oh, there you are, Johnny. I'm not really sure. I gotta open the project to be sure, to be honest. You should be able to tell by looking at the project, though. It's been a moment since I looked at that. But yeah, I think this one uses the one called text. Yeah, so this is the text one. And then this is the image. So yeah, the one that's labeled color auto. I'm not sure what cutscene 1 or the DMG. I think the DMG one is the same thing but without color. Oh, okay, yeah. So cutscene 1 DMG was the text and the image, and then cutscene, yeah, so those ones, cutscene 1 and cutscene 1 DMG we're not using. Those were before I split the text from the image. So yeah, you can remove those if necessary. But yeah, you could simply duplicate this if you're trying to make a text cutscene, and if you're trying to do a drawing of a cutscene, I'll warn you, it's not easy to do, especially with color and stuff. So just a heads up on that. I ended up using a browser piece of software that I gave it my image, and then it decided on how it could best make that for Game Boy Color. So if we look really closely, you can see that that square of dark is different, like the dark color is different on that one, same with the eyes there. And you can see in the carpet there's difference in the shade of blue, because I didn't want it all to be the same shade, but it ended up mixing and matching things, so it's not perfect. Also, there's a square there that's kind of funny. Hey, Indiana Crones with the raid, welcome in. I was just lurking in your stream there. How was the rest of the Hunter's Path? How did that go? Just Wall, what's going on? Welcome in. Johnny says, I noticed the color difference, but that didn't bother me. Yeah, so that was a big pain to get everything to look good in there. So we could probably make adjustments if needed, but it would probably make things all the same color, which would, I don't know. I'm not sure if we can get it any better, to be honest. It was a big hassle to get it to look like this. It's very, very strugglesome. So we may want to do less perspective and stuff like this, where it's like a drawing, and do more where it looks like kind of like the levels where it's like tiles and tile based and stuff like that. For example, an idea that I was thinking, because if we were going to do establishing shots, like a good establishing shot for the castle would be kind of like Castlevania, where the player walks up in front of the gate and the gate opens, and then there's like lightning strikes or something like that, you know, and then that's like the whole cutscene, you know what I mean? So that's the kind of stuff I was thinking for establishing shots, and using tiles as much as possible where we can, so that way we don't have to struggle with the colors and all this nonsense, because that was insanely difficult to get this small image to look even halfway decent, because the amount of unique tiles and the amount of unique palettes. I'm up past my bedtime. Oh no, we'll go get some sleep, Just Wall. You probably got work in the morning, but I hope you had fun and got lots of notes from Indiana Crones. Everyone should check out Indiana Crones, by the way, if they haven't. Indiana Crones does a bunch of indie games. They're very supportive in the indie scene, and they also play Sea of Thieves with me on Saturdays and sometimes Tuesdays. So we may or may not sail tomorrow, but we're definitely gonna sail on Saturday. So that should be fun. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Indiana Crones. I very much appreciate that. If you got things to do, if you're headed to bed, I totally understand. Rick Oakland, work in the morning. Indiana Crones helped us with the game. He is a legend. Awesome, awesome. Well, get some sleep. I hope you have a great day at work tomorrow. Head to the sandbox. Well, I hope that you sleep well as well, if you sleep in the sandbox. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that, and enjoy your night. Take care. They should play Valheim with us. They're trying to get me to play Dune. Indiana Crones is trying to get me to play Dune. I never said I was leaving, but I appreciate. Oh, you're not leaving. Okay, well stick around. Stick around then. I thought headed to the sandbox was I'm out, but Cryptic wants you to play Valheim with us, Indiana Crones. I heard that you played some Valheim. Oh, sandbox is Dune. I got you. So you're playing some Dune. I see how it is. So in Dune, you have to set up a server. Then I take it. You could play on your own, but then to play multiplayer, you need a server. Is that what's up? Just a little before bed. Well, don't overdo it. Don't end up staying up till 5 in the morning like me. All right, let's close out of Pyrotoad here. And let's get back to work on drawing some scary monsters such as this. Also, I wonder if my computer could even handle Dune. That's another thing. My computer can barely handle Valheim. When we were streaming it, it was having a very rough time with it. Alright, so we want to make a new background. I don't know why I hit that. And I've got this list of things somewhere. That's this one. So we've got a zombie, we've got a blob monster, we've got a witch, a vampire, bat, snake, spider, mutant, demon, cat monster, fish monster, frog monster, squidge monster, mushroom monster, pig monster, swamp thing monster, creepy dragon. So we got a whole bunch. By the way, Rick, I got poison potions, HP potions, so if you're down tomorrow, we could do bone mass and motor. Right on, right on. Well, tomorrow is Tuesday, and judging by my sleep schedule, I woke up at like 4 in the afternoon today. So, I don't know how well that lends me to playing Valheim, but I could probably play when I wake up. And then, it sounded like Indy wanted to go sailing, Indiana Crones wanted to go sailing on Sea of Thieves. He usually doesn't start until like 9:30 or so, my time. And I probably would try to stream either before or after sailing, so... But yeah, we could try to work something out, maybe right when I wake up, but I don't know what you'll be up to, you know what I mean? So, sorry in advance for my schedule being shit. I need to like not let my sleep schedule drift so much, because it does. But yeah, poison potions will help for sure. I've got the bone mass like special power or whatever, and I think that's got some poison like stuff. I don't what does that do? I think it does something for poison. Let's look it up real quick. Reduces incoming damage from blunt, slash, and pierce attacks by 50%. Oh, so it doesn't do anything for poison. But I believe bone mass is blunt attacks, so that should help. But yeah, I'm not sure what we should draw. I'm gonna keep losing it. I haven't put too much thought into it. I did come up with this list. I think the spider might be easiest. Most likely game dev. I have a goal to make the objects, then make the materials, and gonna try to bake it so I can make it in Unreal. Make it Unreal compatible. Oh, right on. I know Pantheon said he would help me with baking. So you mean like baking the lights then? Because you can bake lights. A lot of the times it's easier to do it in the engine though, to be honest. I don't have a whole lot of experience in Unreal. But in Unity it's kind of a big pain in the butt to import baked lights when you could just very easily bake the lights in Unity. You do kind of need a decent system to do that, but I think Blender's probably better at baking lights if you don't have a decent system, but I think your system's better than mine, so you'll be fine either way. But yeah, Unity or Unreal actually has pretty good lighting. You would have to set up the lights. If you're doing everything in Blender, then you'd have to recreate that in Unreal if you wanted to bake your lights in Unreal. So yeah, haven't grasped the concept yet, but apparently you can bake the material into a texture that Unreal would accept. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I am not familiar with that at all. Because as far as I know, with materials, at least in Unity, it will create a standard material based on what your material's kind of like, but it's a standard material, so any of the cool refractions, reflections, or like even bump maps and stuff like that, I think a lot of that goes away, and then you can use the maps if you like either make a new shader or you know, create one in the whatever they call it, shader graph in Unity, and use those maps the same way, but you would have to recreate it as far as I know. But yeah, do some research and look into it. I would say start testing in the engine sooner than later, because then you'll have an idea of the pipeline and the workflow. It's never a good idea to assume that things are just going to work out right away, because a lot of times that's not the case. But yeah, I wish I could help you more on that. I really don't know much about Unreal. But yeah, when I was doing stuff in Unreal, we ended up just making materials in Unreal, and there are a lot of tutorials in Unreal. %, I'll be doing the wall I already got as a test. Yeah, for sure. Alright, so I kind of want this to stay on top of the screen. I don't know how to, maybe I'll just put it up here so I can keep looking at it. And I'll probably scooch this over to the other monitor. I need to decide what to draw. The mushroom would be pretty easy. The bat might be kind of easy. Snake could be easy. A frog might be fun. Like a Pyrotoad, but like evil, an evil Pyrotoad. We've got an evil Pyrotoad looking thing in Demon Fish Dead Ahead, so you know. Yeah, remembering how to do the blueprint stuff is gonna be a pain. It's not so bad. It's all like visual scripting stuff, you know. And what's great about blueprints and even evil Pyrotoad cameo, yeah, right. What's great about the blueprints and even the materials in when it's like visual scripting with all the noodles and stuff, the node-based scripting and node-based material editing, you can find materials that you like online, like videos, and then just like do what they did in the video. You don't even need to like watch the whole video. You just like pause over a portion where it shows the whole blueprint, and then you just like do what they did, and then it kind of explains itself. I mean, as long as you understand what each node does, then it makes sense. Of course, it gets harder when the blueprint or the node-based material is like really big, right? Because then you need to like keep pausing and scrubbing the video to see every aspect of it and make sure you've got it all down. So that's kind of a pain in the butt. But it's nice that it's all there on the screen and you don't have to like A, write the code, or B, try to guess what the hell they're doing, or listen to what they say and try to piece that into what you need to do. But yeah, let's throw this onto the other monitor and we'll use the stylus. Need to make like a hotkey for this or something. It's not that big of a deal. I can just switch it. Did I do the wrong one? I did. Yeah, so we've got our thing. I think the toad might be a cool place to start. So let's start there. We'll start with it all dark, and then we'll draw with this medium dark. Yeah, that's how I did the first wood texture, but I want to understand it. Yeah. For my boss is laughing at me for bringing in a giant jar of olives. Dude, I love olives. I go through my mom was making fun of me for how quickly I was going through giant jars of olives. But I was putting them on pizzas, and it is like the best pizza topping. What kind of olives are they? Are they the Kalamata olives, or are they green olives or black olives? So we want it to have like an that's not what I want. We want it to have an open mouth. So we'll do like a something like that, and then frogs have like a nose. So we've got that, and then they've got like a, you know, like a normal set of eyes, right? But then because it's a creepy frog, we can do like another set of eyes here and another set of eyes here, and maybe like something there and like another one here, and then we probably don't want the hands to be perfectly symmetrical, but we'll make the arms kind of symmetrical. So we got like that, and then we'll do like, I don't like that. Maybe we'll have the legs going off and coming back on, and like that. And then we'll turn off symmetry, and we'll get the hands looking hand-like. We'll make them look creepier as we go here. And then the foots, they can go off the page. And then scary toads have to have teeth, right? And if I was smart, I would do like a what's it called? A time lapse of these. Hey, Call Me Kixie is here. Olives are so good. Yes, olives are like, not only are they good for you, but they're like top tier condiment food, right? Well, I guess not condiment, but they're like top tier topping, salad topping. That's what we'll go with. Thanks for checking in, Kixie. 24 times. Catching up to Lumbee. One of these days we'll catch up to Lumbee. Got a Masharna in chat. If anyone plays the Pokemon game. How you doing tonight, Kixie? Everyone should check out Kixie if they haven't. She's a fantastic streamer. She does indie games on Saturdays. And give her a follow. Check out her schedule. Come hang out. I mod her chat, so I'll probably be there. And probably not. I'm bad at remembering check-ins. Well, then maybe not. Lumbee is the king of check-ins, so. And the jump game, so there's that. So. But yeah. Yeah, Lumbee's at like 34. So, you're only down by 10? But we're making an evil Pyrotoad. So maybe we actually make it on fire too, right? Why not, right? Give it some flamies. Although that looks kind of bad because it's symmetrical. Let's do not symmetrical fire. Kinda looks like hair, but that's okay. Lumbee is awesome. Lumbee is awesome. How have you been? I've been fantastic. Got the lawn mowed today. I nearly dodged a giant toad. Right? I nearly ran over a giant toad. I dodged a giant toad at the last minute. I was like, what the hell is jumping in front of the lawnmower? And I like swerve. I like had to swerve. I couldn't just like turn it off. I had to like swerve the lawnmower. And it got away, and I was like, alright, chill in the short part. And then I almost hit its baby twice, because it moved, and I didn't. The toads are safe. I think the baby is the same one that tried to get in my garage last week, or 2 weeks ago. Unless there's more. Hooray, yeah, no. The toads are safe. I had a really late start today. I woke up at like 4, and then I was like, shit, I need to like mow the lawn. And then I ate food, and here I am, basically. I really had a short day so far today. I think this can come up more like that. But the legs should be like in front. Could probably do things on different layers here, but it doesn't make too much of a difference. Hymn of Words, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, toads, they have like square eyes, kind of like goats. Oh, I probably could have done that symmetrically. Yeah, let's just go back and do all the eyes symmetrically. And also, the nostrils should be like on the tip of its nose. I don't know why I put it there. And then there should be like a line that goes from there to there. And we'll do the light color here. Probably could have used the paint bucket. There we go. But yeah, we're making jump scares today for Frontrooms Normalities. Just kind of going at some images here. They'll kind of be they'll probably be kind of sketchy and like unfinished, but that's okay. The game itself has a lot of like really linear and like geometrical and clean lines, so like to do some like really sketchy stuff is kind of like a juxtaposition and like, I don't know, a nice breath of fresh air, a little bit of variety. But yeah, I read some more of JoJo's Part 7. That's a good read for sure. I'm at like part 35, I think, or something like that. Number 35. Or 36, I can't remember. I've been reading one part every time I cook something in the oven. Or bake something in the oven, rather. Yeah, we could do like that. We'll do this like light color because it's like fire, right? So it can be light. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good day today. I was hanging out. Oh, I'm doing the fire symmetrical, and it shouldn't be. I forgot. I've been hanging out in some streams. Infinite Metal has a really cool stream. We should shout them out. Oh, I keep doing the wrong thing here. Infinite Metal has a really cool stream. They're playing Saga Frontier 2 Remastered right now. And yeah, so I was hanging out there for a bit. And then I was hanging out Indiana Crone's stream and they raided me, so that's cool. But yeah, Infinite Metal is an awesome streamer, so if you get bored of what I'm doing here, go check them out while they're still streaming. I'm sure that they will appreciate that. And it's always nice to have the chance to watch streams instead of stream. A lot of times I feel like I'm so like just like kind of pressed for time, and then like I sit down and I see that my friends are streaming, and I'm like, I want to see these streams, but I also need to like start my stream. And then I'm like, you know what, starting my stream at an early hour isn't all that important to me. I mean, yeah, it would be nice for like people who go to bed at like a normal time, but it's important to relax, you know, and be social and stuff. So, but yeah, Cryptic says he's an amazing streamer. He really is. He does this thing where he's got Skelly, and like when Skelly's on screen, he'll do like a second voice for Skelly. Like he becomes another character on the screen, and or on the stream, and it's just really impressive. And then he's got Quackers, and I think the way he does Quackers is that he's got like some hotkeys that makes Quackers say certain phrases, or certain quacks rather, and there's like animations that go with the quacking. So like he's actually talking for Quackers too, but just by hitting like the numbers on his number pad kind of thing. So that's really cool. And when there's all three of them, it gets really intense, you know? It's seamless between roles too. Yeah, he's really well practiced at it. Like, I can't imagine what's going through his head when he's like deciding what to say, and then has a rebuttal from Skelly, and then he's like got a conversation going on, and then he's still playing the game too, which is crazy, and still reading chat. And it's really impressive. It really is. And it's another thing is that, hey, Taco Crepes, welcome in. Everyone should check out Taco Crepes if they haven't yet. Give Taco Crepes a follow. We're trying to get them to 50 so they can become an affiliate. And they've got a really cool pixel art stream. So give them a follow if you haven't yet. But yeah, Infinite Metal, he it's great because if like chat gets slow, there's still like a lot of conversation going on, because there's like 2 to 3 characters on the screen sometimes, you know. And then Infinite Metal also has this redeem where you can or a command where you can get him to have an educational moment, and that's always a lot of fun. Yo, what up? Yeah, thanks so much for hopping in. We're making a Pyrotoad-esque jump scare for Frontrooms Normalities. So Pyrotoad is another game that I've been working on with Johnny Manjiro, and so yeah, I think it's a fun little cameo. It's not too on the nose, but you know, evil Toad. There's another evil Toad in Demonfish Dead Ahead. Hey, thanks for checking in. Appreciate that. He has lots of redeems to affect the stream also. Yeah. And what's crazy is that they're not completely automated. Like, he's been automating some of them, and that's good, because like at first I just assumed they were automated, but he's actually like, he sees the redeem or the command, and he does the thing, and like that's just like so much work. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh no. Did my pen die? Or did everything die? What happened? Oh no. I think everything just lost battery at once. Give me a second here. Gotta plug some things in. Alright. Is that moving? No. What happened? This is working. We've got one mouse working. The light is on. Uh-oh, technical difficulties. What if I unplug this and plug it back in? I wonder if it's my, oh, there's, the mouse is working. That's a good sign. And the pen is working. Yeah, so sometimes I think I just need to reboot my, my hub. This hub, it is like 15 years old or something, like older than 15 years old, 20 years old. It is, well, no, 15 years old. I got it in 2010, and it's been through a lot. It's been through quite a bit, and it's just like this cheap D-Link 7 USB hub, USB 2.0 hub. So, yeah, I should probably get a bigger, better hub, but it's working. Just had to reboot it. But yeah, it's weird that I couldn't get that scanline effect to work even as well as it was working on the Pyrotoad thing. Because that would have worked well for this, the jump scares. But how you doing today, Taco Crepe? Glad to see you here. Are you streaming today? Oh, I did the same thing again. Question, why am I Ben Bar? Well, you can be whoever you want to be. I thought it was cool that there was a Bender pixel art character. So I threw them in there. But if you want, you can go to the Stream Avatars extension underneath the stream, and you can choose. It'll probably say like loading your avatar or something like that. But once it's done loading, you can choose whoever you want to be. You can be. There's like hundreds of different avatars to choose from. So you can choose whoever. They're all free. And if you don't like Bender, you can be whoever you want. But Bender works for Stray Bolts, right? Stray Bolts and Bender. Also, Bender's got a cool attack. He breathes fire. Just chilling, might stream a little later so I don't lose the habit. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, be whoever you want to be. You can smoke cigars and drink beer while you're idle, or you could be whoever you want. Kixie's a pinky. Just Wall is from Mega Man X. We got Taco Crepe is an Among Us. Johnny's T-Hawk. I don't know what Indiana Crones is. Some type of mummy woman or Anubis person. I'm kind of huge. I might change it actually. Yeah, I don't know how to change the size of all of them to make them all. There's too many of them for me to like worry about making them all the same size. But I mean, I don't mind that you're that size, but if you mind, then you can change. You can be whoever you want. You can change as many times as you want. I'm not gonna get confused because it usually has your name on top of you. You can experiment as much as you want. Pac-Man's kind of cool. That one's from what was it, like Pac-Man Land, right? Humongous, there you go. Or you could be a Pyrotoad like me. Where am I? Did I disappear? Am I lost? Oh, there I am. I'm behind chat for some reason. Clear him out. You can launch people too. You just lay a bomb. Someone got tossed behind the thing. I should probably put a wall there, huh? Is there a deadline for this game you're working on? Yeah, it's a 3-month game jam. It wouldn't be the end of the world if I didn't finish or if I just handed in whatever I've got. It's a game jam, so it's not like a contract or anything like that. But there is a deadline. So I'm gonna put a wall that goes up. Get out of here. Wall that goes all the way up. Get out of here. Get out of here. Is there a way to make that leave? There we go. So there's a wall there. I don't know how to fill all that in. But that way people don't get stuck up there as often. Cryptic's dancing. Is there a deadline? Yeah, no, I already answered that. But yeah, it's a 3-month game jam, and a lot of people are kind of just figuring out about it now. Actually, one of the very few GB Studio YouTubers who like post tutorials for the software. I actually learned a lot from their tutorials. Just posted a video yesterday saying like, oh yeah, by the way, there's a game jam going on. So like, it's kind of funny. But yeah, with 3 months, you could spend just a month and still get something done. You know what I mean? And it doesn't have to be big. You could do a music one. There is actually a prize for the music one. I could pull up the game jam here. It's called GB Compo 2025. Where is it? For some reason it's hard to find. I can find 2024, 2023 and the Pixel Jam. There it is. Wait, go back. Game Boy, oh, it's called Game Boy Competition 2025, which is weird because it says Game Boy, your GB Compo on the thing. But yeah, this is, oh, where'd it go? There it is. So this is the itch page. We can link it in chat. Oh, did I just exit? Get back here. There is a prize. It's pretty cool. Oh my god, that cube is so clean. Yeah, it's really cool art for that. And something that's cool about these jams is that if you check out these people, they've all got really cool stuff. I don't know what Layrold's Game Junkyard is. Retro Game Yard. How to make a Game Boy game in 2021. Is that not where we're at? I'm not really sure what all that is, to be honest. No, that person doesn't really have a whole lot either. But this person does. This person has a whole lot of cool stuff. And they do stuff for the Mega Duck, which is like a Game Boy knockoff. But yeah, This is pretty cool. Vertical parallax effect with the scanline effect. Yeah, so these people are pretty cool. And then if we take a closer look at the game jam, the prizes are pretty big for a Game Boy game jam. The best 5 games get a prize. The best 3 OSS games will get an additional prize. I'm not sure what OSS is. But yeah, no ROM hacks, no NSFW, not an update or a patch for a game already released, and it has to be or it can't be a project that you've been working on for months. The complete rule set can be found there. Yeah, over $5,000 of prizes. Create original games, demos, homebrew tools, and music for the original Game Boy. So if you check out the music cartridge, it's got some examples here. There's only one prize for that, but there's a lot less things. So here's an example. So if we turn down my music, oh, sometimes it breaks. Sorry about that, Cryptic. It should be automatic, because it just wasn't working. I'll try it again here. Is it still not working? Oh, now it's working. Oh, and sorry about the ad break, by the way. Oh my god, that effect is cool. Oh, for the Game Boy thing? Yeah, so this is like a music album. They've got a lot of cool things going on here. I really like how they've done things here. They've got these sprites or actors moving to different locations based on the beat, and I'm not sure how they did that. They've got this shaking to the beat, apparently. I'm not sure how they did this. Also, this is pulsating to the beat and scrolling, which I don't know how they did any of that stuff, to be honest. Generally, something like this would be considered like a demo scene, except that it is actually 2 songs. And you could put this on your handheld and, like, you know, listen to it, or you could like plug it in with the auxiliary cable, and it's like really cool though, right? And then this one's cool too. This is done by BeatScribe, who's like a moderator on the GB Studio Discord. It's got like a little test scene here. But this is just like the intro. And then what's cool about this one is that you can change the palette with the keyboard. So you can give it your own light show. Which is pretty cool, and it's good music. Got ads and back now. Well, we didn't miss too much. I'm just showing some of these music carts. If you want, you can check them out yourself on the examples of the music carts here. The other one was 8-Bit Sunset. We can load that one up again if you missed it. But they did a lot to make it look cool. You don't have to do as much as this. They've got the animated tape spinning. They've got this there. They've got scrolling stuff there. And this even pulsates with the music. And if you hit the right arrow, it goes to the next song, or the other side of the tape, rather. So if you were going to do something, you wouldn't have to make it as cool as this. But there is a little bit of competition, and there is a prize. And I'm not sure how they judge it, but I'm sure making it super cool affects the judgment. But yeah, you don't have to make a music cart, but that would be cool if you're like a music person. And then there's also tools, right? So, and I haven't checked this one out. This one might be interesting. Onboard GB Tile Creator. And not really sure what this is. Let's check it out. Let's see. Switch RAM bank, clear, edit. Let's try edit. So B and A do that. Change it from black to white. But you can see I'm like drawing a tile. A DMG 8x8 tile. Select as options. Yeah, I really don't understand that much about this. But clearly it works. Yeah, this is from 1999 also, so that's interesting. But yeah, the one that I do know, and I put this on my retro handheld for sure because it's super cool. This one's made by Parasitic Games. They do some really cool tutorials and stuff for GB Studio as well. So this was made in GB Studio, and it's an ocarina. So you have to hold the button, and so holding the button is like blowing, and then you give it a note, which is like holding your fingers over it, and then you can change the octave with the eyes. And then I'm trying to remember what is the select button is here. Should say at the bottom. Oh, select is tab for this emulator, or for this website. I was like, why is the select button not working? So the select button changes the instrument. Oh, I hit the start button. The select button changes the instrument. And then yeah, the A button and a arrow key up or down changes the octave. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I probably should have turned it up to play with it so you can hear it better. can get sharps by holding down both the buttons. So you can do quite a bit with it. It's actually pretty fun. If you had 2 Game Boys, you could set up a beat on one and then play the treble on this one. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, there's a prize for the 1 prize for Tool, 1 prize for demo scenes, one prize for music carts, and then 5 prizes for games. I accidentally clicked that. But yeah, the demo scenes are kind of interesting. They're not really interactive usually, but just like made to look cool and like kind of like a tech demo. But yeah, they do usually have music and graphics, and they're a little bit more technically challenging. And this stuff is cool, but like, and it interests me, but not nearly as much as game design does. And I like the idea of having something you can like sell, or eventually like make into something you can sell. Sounding like Zelda boss fight. There you go. Oh, is that the ocarina? So yeah, I'm not even hitting any buttons here. It's just going on its own here. But these effects are super cool. I wish I knew how to do stuff like this, to be honest. 2014. Like a lava lamp thing going there, that's really cool. Yeah, it's really impressive that this was done on a Game Boy Color, right? Because just to get this many colors on the screen is impressive, because they're using an interrupt during the scanline effects to change the palette halfway through. I couldn't tell you how they're doing some of this stuff. Because a lot of what these demo scenes do is they break the limitations of the Game Boy. Like, you wouldn't expect it to be able to do this much, and that's kind of what they do. Anyways, let's get back to the art. As cool as this stuff is, you can check it out on your own if you want. Just do a search for Game Boy Competition 2025 on itch.io and under the game jams, and it should pop up. And if you want to do something for it, it's got to be a Game Boy game, and it's got the whole rule set there, so take a look at the rules. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy. It will be difficult to win any of that prize money, and I don't expect to. And I've been doing this for a couple years now, so I guess I'm just saying keep your expectations in check and make sure that you have fun if you do it, because that's the goal. Have fun and learn something, and you'd be surprised. People will play it, you know. People will give you feedback. Some people might like it, some people might not like it, and that's okay too. It's all part of the process. And learning game dev is more than just making cool games. It's learning how to accept feedback from players, and how to market things a little bit, and how to learn what works on a technical level as well as a social level, and how to have fun under pressure even is big. Let's get the other color in there. How to work under a deadline. How to work with a team, how to find a team, if that's your thing. All of those things are skills that you could learn from a game jam. I always recommend game jams. But at the same time, it's like I said, it's always important to keep your expectations in check, because if you think it's going to become the next Goat Simulator, it could. Goat Simulator was a game jam game, but it's most likely going to just be a learning experience, and you got to be okay with that. I believe Goat Simulator wasn't just a game jam game, it was a in-studio game jam game. So like the studio was a cool studio who believed in innovation, and they paid their employees to do a game jam, and then the winner got to actually get that game made by the studio, I believe is what that happened. I could be wrong, but I think that's what happened with that case. And it's kind of a wise thing for a studio to do if they have that type of money, to pay people to make stuff that may not, like, you know, for prototypes. It's R&D is what it is. R&D is super important in games. Spending more time on this fire than the actual frog. Doesn't look too bad for fire. Could clearly be cleaned up a bit here, but that's okay. Maybe we kind of angled this a little bit. so it doesn't look so straight. And gotta add some texture to it to make it look more creepy. So one of the tricks to texture is to try to avoid orphan pixels unless you want that effect. And by orphan I mean one pixel alone by itself. Generally they tend to not look good by themselves, so do at least 2 pixels. And sometimes you can get away with doing orphan pixels, but I would say as a general rule try to do without them first, and then if it still doesn't get the effect that you want, then try using orphan pixels. And that is a rule that I break pretty often. Slots fart. Oh, by the way, I added a fart thing. So now when you fart, it should track your shame points. Let's try it out. Yep, I've got 1 shame point. Yeah, I appreciate the gambling. Straybolt said back 7 minutes ago, thanks for sharing, sorry about that, took me a second to read that. But yeah, you're welcome. First blood. Yeah, so now everyone's gonna start farting a lot more, so that way they can collect shame points. And Indy will probably have the most, because Indy likes to fart. Not Indiana Crones, mind you, but the Indie Maniac. So let's fix these paws. They aren't very frog-like. Or toad-like. Or whatever, like. Might actually be better to just do I gotta? No, I don't. I was gonna say erase it, but I gotta remember how to make the brush bigger. There we go. Just do it with the mouse for a second here. And just do it over again, because they didn't turn out very good. And then make the mouse, or the, yep, make it smaller with the right color. Now we'll go back to the stylus, and I don't really know exactly how it should be shaped. They have like fingers. This one's only got 3 fingers. But I think they've got more in real life. But yeah. Background music. Lynn, the arms of an angel fly away for just a sub a month. You can sponsor an orphan pixel. There you go. That's hilarious, Cryptic. Oh, in the I read Lynn because of the capital I. In the arms of an angel, yeah. You should make an anti-jump scare where it's just pleasant. I could, but that would make it so much more confusing for the player and make it more difficult for me. So I'm not going to do that. It's a good idea, but for the sake of my mental health, we're going to avoid that idea. Because players are going to be like, I don't know what to do with the jump scares. I mean, and Kixie had the idea too. It's a good idea, but I'm not sure. So what I think I'm going to have to do is be like, explain that the jump scares are meaningless, basically, right? Because if the player doesn't know what to do with the jump scare, I mean, they're gonna be like, was the jump scare normal or not, right? They're not gonna know. So you basically have to say like that the jump scares don't have anything to do with reporting. Like, don't worry about reporting if there's a jump scare or not, basically. So, but then if we were going to have them report a normal jump scare, like, that would be really difficult. Round Rodent, welcome in. Kixie's idea. What's your idea for the normal jump scare, by the way? Kixie's idea was Uncle Bob on the toilet. And I remember this because I had an Uncle Bob, and I never saw them on the toilet, so I don't know how normal that is, but it seems pretty abnormal. First time here, no idea what's going on. Alright, well, I'm Rick, I'm a game dev. I have been making GB Studio games lately, and we're working in Aseprite to make a jump scare for my game Frontrooms Normalities, which I can pull up here in GB Studio. These are the jump scares we have already. It's a game where you navigate the front rooms and look for normalities. And when you find a normality, you report it, and then you go through to the next front rooms, and you just keep going through a series of 3 front rooms, and report your normalities. This is for GB Compo 2025. I was thinking of a guy just sipping some tea or some junk. That's not bad, sipping tea. Uncle Bob on the toilet, yeah. Uncle Bob cracking open a Dr. Pepper, dude. Gonna have to talk to my Uncle Bob about that. But I can't, because he's no longer with us. I never met him, I don't think. Or I was like 2 years old when I met him. But yeah. I don't think we're gonna do a normal jump scare, because that's just too confusing for me and for the player. And like, yeah. Yep. I don't want to do that. I just don't want to do it. Because right now the jump scares are randomly based. So like, how do we do a randomly definitely occurring jump scare, right? I guess like we could make it so once you go through, like if you go through the first door, it does like a random occurrence. Time for me to go to bed. Thank you for the stream. Have a good night. Yep, sleep well, Kixie. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate being here. We'll give you another shout out before you go. Everyone should check out Kixie's stream. She's fantastic. She does, oh, Infinite Metal with the grade. Well, we'll give Kixie a shout out after this. So, welcome in, Raiders. Appreciate that. Everyone should check out Infinite Metal. We were actually chatting about you earlier. Infinite Metal has an awesome stream. They do indie games and retro games, and they also have this awesome Skelly character on their stream, and Quackers as well. Can't forget Quackers. And they do a lot of the voicing and effects, and they've got a really, really cool stream. So everyone should check out Infinite Metal. And And also, everyone should check out Call Me Kixie because she's fantastic and she's headed to bed. Call Me Kixie does indie games and she's super supportive. She's always hanging out in one of the cool people's streams. Either the Indie Maniac, Infinite Metal, my stream. She's a very supportive person in the community, and she has a community of her own. So you should become a part of it on Saturday, and give her a follow and check her schedule and watch her on Saturday. One of the best indie game streamers as far as I'm concerned. Thank you, Round Rodent, for the follow. I appreciate that. And yeah, thank you again, Infinite Metal, for the raid. How was the rest of your stream, Infinite? How was Saga Frontier 2 Remastered? You all really need to check out Infinite's stream. It's so good, and you get to meet Skelly. It's true. Everyone should become a follower of Infinite Metal's stream. Was great. Managed to finally beat it. Oh, cool, cool. Thank you for the shout out. Absolutely, Kixie. Thank you for hanging out and being a part of the community. And thank you for being an awesome indie game streamer. Nice work, Infinite. Yeah, nice work. Glad you managed to finally beat it. That sounds intense. What did Skelly think? Did Skelly have a good time? And when do you stream next, Infinite Metal? Good night, everyone. Good night, Kixie. He thought you cheated, of course. Jeez. So those who don't know, Skelly is a undead dragon who tends to hang out in Infinite Metal's stream and has commentary on what's going on nearly all the time. Next stream, Wednesday, 10 p.m. Eastern Time will be the next stream. That's so cool that you know your schedule. Everyone should check out Infinite Metal. Give them a follow. Check out their schedule. Hit them up on Wednesday. And hopefully I see you there. Probably going to be some demos next stream to give me a break from long games for a bit. Cool. So some Next Fest demos or something like that. I've had several suggested line up. Oh, cool. Sounds exciting. Sounds very exciting. Well, Infinite Metal, if you got things that you need to do, I totally understand. Of course, if you want to hang out, that's totally welcome as well. But I very much appreciate the raid. And yeah, all the support. You're a very cool person, so I'm very glad to have you here. And now I've got no one else to lurk in. I guess I could lurk in Rhubarb's stream. And Seagoat. And the Indie Maniac. And Cosmo the Shadowcat. I like to lurk in a lot of people's streams. Yep, hope game deving has been going great. Yeah, we've been working on Frontrooms Normalities. I'm not sure if you've seen it. I assume you've put a bunch of dragons in this haunted house. There is a plan to do a dragon jump scare. If I can show you it real quick if you've got a minute. If you're out the door, I understand, but they're headed to bed or need to make dinner or whatever it is. Although if it's Eastern time, it's probably pretty damn late. I got a minute? Okay, cool. It just takes a second to build, and then, oh, I think it's actually gonna start at the jump scare. So that might not work. I gotta cancel the build. Hold on. I was testing something. I forgot to set this as the starting scene. So it will take another minute, but yeah, it's a first-person point-and-click style game, and yeah, it's kind of a joke that I started to work on and take more and more seriously, and now it's got jump scares, and we are thinking of a dragon. I wonder if we should make it an undead dragon. I wonder what Skelly would think about that. We were working on a Pyrotoad Camitoad. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. A cameo appearance for Pyrotoad where Pyrotoad's a demon. So maybe do something similar for Skelly. I think it would be favorable to his sentiments. Right on. What if it was Skelly-like except with a bunch more eyes? Would it make Skelly feel inferior? But yeah, this is the list of all the normalities, although I stopped writing them at the end. I should finish that list. It helps for testing. We got a bunch of warnings. It said it build. Oh, it's on the other screen. So yeah, this is Frontrooms normalities. A Samara from the Ring type figure, like a Japanesey ghost. Oh, is that an idea for a jump scare? I know the Ring, like, what was that? The lady with the dark hair. Is that what you mean? Like a girl that crawls out of the TV kind of jump scare? Cause yeah, Japanesey ghost doesn't help. Okay, all right, yeah, I can put that on the list. Thank you for that idea. I'll call it Ring Lady though, because that way I'll understand it. So anyways, this is the game. If we... It's got some laughter in there. There is an ad in progress, sorry about that. But Infinite, I don't think you've got ads, right? So... Nothing is normal the first day. So the first day, you basically check everything out, and this is how it's supposed to look. Your job is to make sure that things are haunted. So on the first day, nothing's normal. But now, things could be normal. So now we're looking for... Oh, we've got a jump scare. So we're looking for things that are normal. And the jump scares are meaningless. Daniel, Metal Raid. I hope you're not caught in an ad. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, we got another jump scare. There's only 2 right now. Right now. All right, cool. Daniil, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. I know you through Infinite Metal, but I appreciate you being here. And yeah, thanks for being part of the raid. So this is Frontrooms Normalities. It's a reverse backrooms, reverse anomaly game. And we're looking for possible normalities. Of course. Yeah. So I'm not sure. Did we miss something? Because I don't know. So we can go back and check. I think this room is clear. Oh, we got another jump scare. So this wall is good. So this room is clear. The normality, if there is one, has to be on the last room, because I have the least memory of this room. So the eyes are under the rug. We've got a broken mirror. We've got a crack in the wall. We've got a spider and a spider web. We've got the slash on the wall. The conjoined twins are sewn together. We've got spider webs in the middle. There's a bloody handprint. We've got a crack in the roof, a crack in the wall. There's blood underneath. I think this room is good. We got another jump scare. Oh, that's weird that it sent me back here. I think that was a bug. Let's test that again. Oh, we got that. Oh, it keeps sending me back. That's really weird. So there's a bug in the jump scare that keeps sending me back to the wrong room. So that's interesting. The wrong room and the wrong wall. There's eyes in the mouse hole. We've got a skull doorknob. There's a hand on the wall. I can't remember what else there's. We got the snake. The window is all beat up. I mean, it's pretty rare that this happens, but there could be no normalities here. I think we're gonna get it wrong though. We got it wrong. We missed the normality. Spider in the web, that's pretty normal, except that the spider was massive. Did you not see the size of that spider, Cryptic? There's no cobweb in the middle. Cobweb's missing. It's Australian. It's a huntsman spider, yeah. So those two rooms look fine. Look how big the spider is. It's massive. Huh, the jump scare keeps sending me back to the wrong room. That's definitely a bug. Was there no blood before? Underneath the door? Maybe that's what it was. This room is definitely the hardest. I can never remember all of the things. It keeps sending me back to the wrong room. I don't know what it is. There's another normality somewhere around here. The game got tougher with that last room for sure. But we got it right with the guess. Anyways, this is what I've been working on. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's pretty tough here at this point. I think I need to write down some of the last things in the debug, so that way I can keep track of things better and test it. because I'm sure something's wrong, and I can check. I can use the debugger to check and make sure that something's wrong. So anything normal? Oh no, we want normal variation. So normal variation 11 is the welcome mat. Interesting. So let's go back and check the welcome mat, because I totally missed it. I just like went too quickly through. So if we turn around, the welcome mat says welcome when it's supposed to say death. So that, yeah, like little things like that you gotta like keep track of. Big Lumby says, Rick, Lumby. I bet he has to pay rent, which the spider has to pay rent. What's up, Lumby? What is the giant egg thing taking up the entire stream avatars page? Oh, it's like a shield. It's a, I don't really know. Some type of shield. Sorry, is that bothering you, Lumby? We can get rid of it. We'll force Daniil to have a more, normal. Yeah, it's way too large. I didn't design it. So if we right click on Daniil, we can just change who they are. Daniil, what a big avatar you have. We'll make Daniil a wraith. How about that? Maybe take it out of stream avatars. So the problem is that I have too many and I can't remember what it is ever. So this isn't the first time it's happened and I just like forget about it. One sec. Anyways, we could give them a color. Green and pink, maybe? It's not a bad color. It was one of the metal slug ones. Yabba yabba show up for me plugin. Yeah, sometimes the plugin's slow. I think it's Rebel Soldier or Rebel Troop. Or Rebel Soldier? I don't know. Anyways. It's definitely one of the Metal Slug ones. Future Rebel Soldier. Yeah, alright. Well, I would have to turn off stream avatars and reconnect to get rid of it, so I'll make a note. Will that help? I'll make a note. Remove future Rebel Soldier from stream avatars. Yeah, of course, don't do it now. Yeah. Well, I'll remember, and if I don't, that note will help me. Anyways, this is the game that I've been working on. It's got some issues still, and it's gotten tough. So it's kind of, yeah. And there's a hard mode too. So like, if it's not tough enough, we can make it tougher. Let's get the music back. Where'd that go? But yeah, thanks Lumby for pointing that out. Sometimes I forget to look, and some of the avatars are not very well optimized. So for the jump scares, something's happening where when you hit the button and you're in the third one, For some reason it doesn't seem to be working, so let's double check these room 3 scripts. They seem to all be going to room 3. Well, that one's weird there. Oh no, that one's not weird. It just looked weird. I couldn't tell you why it's doing that. They're all set to room 3. Maybe it has something to do with the normal variation number. So let's see, if we click on this, should do all of that. I wonder if it's got the right... Oh, that's not what I want. Weird. Yeah, I'm not sure why I was doing that. They seem to be set to the right number. So, the jump scare decider just sends it to the jump scare, and then the jump scare scene, it uses all of these scripts to decide where it goes to, and we were in room 3, so oh wait, I think I know what's going on here. So we just have it saying check room, but it's not actually checking the room, it's just running all of the scripts. Oh wait, but then each script, so for some reason it's running these ones. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. It's just running the scripts, it's not checking to see if it's in the right area. See, this one says if wall number equals 2, if wall number equals 9. If wall number, yeah. And then these ones, they don't have the if wall numbers. So that's the issue. So we need to take a better look at what we're doing in these ones here. So this is the most simple one. But it is confusing. Alright, so if normal variation is less than 9, equal to 9, greater than 10, 6, 7, 8. Alright, so these are the west group, south group things. And oh, okay, I see what we need to do. We need to do one for each wall, right? So, for example, this one only uses 2 and 9, so if we take another look at it, we've got if wall number equals 2 and if wall number equals 9. So for each of these, we need to do the same thing. Instead of just going straight to the event group, right? We need to do, so this is for the north wall. The north wall has 5 different walls. So 1, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we need to do a conditional here. If variable value. And I'm actually going to switch screens here for this. So that way it's in front of me and I'm not looking off to the side here. So let me change the display capture. Yeah, so from here we want wall number, right? And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so we'll make 5 of these. Actually, before we do that, we're gonna say trigger if variable compare with value, and then trigger number, trigger enter, and then so we'll do 1 copy paste, 2 paste, 3 paste, 4. Right, so now for each wall it checks the trigger, right? So we need to make 5 of these because there's 5 different versions of this wall. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I must have skipped a whole bunch when I was tired working on this. So that's what we're doing here. So wall number is 1, and then 5. Oh, that's a 2. 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then what we're gonna do is paste this event group in each of those. But actually we don't want just this event group. Oh wait, we've already got this figured out. Alright, so I made a mistake here. We're going to delete all of this. And we need to go into room 2, because I think we did all of them for room 1, and then we didn't do it for room 2, right? So all of these have this event group with the wall numbers, and then once we go into room 2, it's just got the east group. And that's not what we want. We want the right group for the right one, right? So if we open up these wall numbers, we've got a north group, we've got an east group, and we've got a south group and a west group for each one, right? So we need all 4 of them. So we'll copy this event, we'll delete it, and then we'll add it to room 2 east wall. And now we need to go to room 2 and count how many variations there are. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we also need all of the groups. So we need a So I've deleted them from here, so they're not here anymore. But where they are is on each of these walls. So we'll go to north, we'll copy this group, we'll paste it here. We'll just throw it up there for now. And then we'll go to south, copy this group. So yeah, I made a mistake and now we're fixing it. We're gonna paste it here. And then we want the west group as well. Copy that and east wall. So now we've got all of the room 2 east, north, south, and west. And then we've got 5 different variations. We need to number these. So if it's 16, 26, 27, 28, or 29, then we're going to throw these all into a group. Or no, we're gonna put them in the right spot is what we're gonna do. So trigger 1 is north, so we'll copy this one. We'll paste it in all the trigger 1s. Oh wait, hold on. I'm jumping the gun here. So there is no trigger 1 on room 2, so we can get rid of that. On all of these. Because trigger 1 is that front facing trigger, or like the middle trigger, which isn't there. So you don't need that. But we do have a trigger 2, which is, now if we look at it, it needs to take us to a south wall, right? I think. Yeah. So if we go here, it takes us east. If we go here, it takes us south, right? So yeah, unfortunately none of those links are there to help us anymore because we deleted them because we thought we were doing it right, but we weren't. So now we've got to make up for that. Room 2 east wall. So trigger 2 is going to be a south group. So we'll go ahead and add south group to trigger 2 for each of these. And then trigger 3 is the bottom, and that's going to make us facing west. So we'll do a west group for trigger 3. And then we need a north group.
Oh, a beautiful save! Wham!
Dragonsmith, welcome in. We will do a save for you. Got a lurk? Alright, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. And so now we're putting the north group into all of the trigger 4s. Alright, this is trigger 4. If we click it, we're going to be facing this direction. So we'll do that for each of these. Alright, so that takes care of those. What we can do, just to make our life easier here, is make a group for these. So that way we don't lose them. And we'll copy that group, and we'll delete this from here, because this one's fine now. And we can move on to the north wall. So that's already got the north group, but we don't need it because we've got it in this group. So now we've got north, we'll put north at the top, north, east, southwest, and we're working with this room now, the room 2 north wall, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different variations of that. So now we need if variable value, wall number, and then we need if variable value, trigger number, and we need 4 of these. Oops, that's not how I want to do it. Alright, so what we'll do now is we'll copy this event and we'll paste it into the next one so that we have it, and we could just go down the line here so that we know we have what we need, because all of these are going to need it. Alright, and now we're going to go back to room 2 north wall. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so we can see it. Room 2 north wall. Alright, so now we're going to populate these, but we need, what did we say, 8 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so... Whoa, what happened there? North wall. We've got this wall number thing. We want this, we'll paste it 8. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. And now we're going to populate it with these things. Oh, and these, we should have gave these numbers first. That would have made my life easier. So we'll do 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're going to close this down. We're actually going to delete all of these again because it's just easier to copy and paste it than to change all of those numbers again. So yeah, we'll delete those events. We'll copy this one. We'll paste it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Alright, so now we're going to populate it. We've got trigger 1 is going to be a north group, so wait a second. Where'd all the other groups go? Oh, we're not on, we weren't in the right thing. Whoops. Where were we? North, room 3 north wall? Well, what are you gonna do? Room 2 north wall. This one, we'll open it up. We'll change these to 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, so now we're gonna do the same thing because we did it in the wrong script. We'll have to go back to that one anyways, so it's not like a big loss. But we need 8 of these. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now we'll populate them. Sorry. So copy north group, and we're gonna paste it in all of these. But the good news is that once we've got this done, we won't have to do it again. We can add as many cutscenes or jump scares as we want, and we won't have to do this ever again. Because this is like an all-encompassing thing. The only thing we'll need to change is the decider script, where it tells we tell it a max number, and we'll have to change the random variables that are set up in there. All right, so then we'll go. The next one will be east. So we'll copy that one. We'll go into this one, paste it there, and we'll open all of these so we can just kind of close them as we do them. And then paste. And then paste. Yeah. So yeah, the second trigger is this east-facing one. So we're just adding the east group into all of the second triggers. And so the third trigger is the south one. So we'll add this one, and we will go to the third trigger for each. And let's open all of them up. Paste it here. Alright, and then the next one is a west-facing wall, so we'll copy that. We'll add it to trigger 4. Let's open all of these so we can work the same way. Follow the same pattern here. And then 4. Alright, so now they've all got all of their triggers, but they don't have their room numbers. So the first one is 15. And honestly, we could do like a between 15, like if it's 15 and greater than, or that, but let's just do it the way we're doing it here. So 15, oh yeah, because they're not like in order either, so yeah, that's another reason. So 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And yeah, these ones are in order, but I don't know. So 24, 25. So that takes care of the north facing walls for room 2. So yeah, that works. We'll cut this, we'll copy it, and then we'll delete it. And then we'll move on to the south wall. And we'll paste this group here. And we'll throw it here, and we'll delete this south group wall because it's in this event group above it. And then here, we want to make sure these are numbered. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we need to count how many there are for the south wall, and there is only 4. So we'll need 4 of these. We'll go copy 2, 3, 4, and then we'll number them. So this is 1, or I'm sorry, 17. I don't know why I thought it was 1. 17, 32, 31, 31, and 30. Alright, so now we're going to take whatever room we need for these ones. So this one is a south group, I think. This one is a group from the other one, actually. This is a south group for room 1. So we need to go to a room 1 and find the south group. So trigger 3 is a south group here. So this is a room 1 south group, and we want it to be in a room 2 south. So trigger number 1 is going to be this, and let's rename it so it's not confusing, because we don't want to be confused later. We'll say room 1 south group, because that's where we want it to go, because this door takes us back to room 1. So we want that for all of these. Okay, so that's good. Now, this one takes us to the west wall. So trigger 2 is a west facing wall, so we'll grab the west group and we'll add that to trigger 2 on each of the rooms, each of the 4 rooms, or each of the 4 wall variations. So things have gotten quite a bit more complex with these jump scares. But like I said, once we do it, then it'll be done. So that's why we've done it this way. That way we can spend the rest of the game jam making varieties of jump scares if we want. And yeah, so the next one is a north facing wall. So we will copy that one and go into trigger 3 and paste a north group into each of these third triggers. Alright. This one takes us to this wall, so that's an east group. Oops, that's not where we want it. We want it inside of it. Alright, so that takes care of this entire script because it only had the 4. It's a little bit easier. Now we can copy this, delete it, and then we'll go to room 2 west wall. We will paste the event that has all the wall groups. We'll remove the west wall group because we've already got it, we don't need it. And then we are going to open these up, give them the right numbers. Now we're going to give them the right walls. So this is a west wall, so that's these rooms here. So let's do a count. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll make 5 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll give them the right numbers. So this first one is 18. And then 33 to 36. 33, 34, 35, and 36. Alright, so now we'll go into each one and well actually we don't need a trigger 1 for any of these, so we can remove those. So I guess we'll do that first. Remove that. Remove that. Remove that. And remove that. Alright, so now we can start with 18, and this one is going to take us north, right? This one makes us face that way. So trigger 2 is a north group. Alright, we've got trigger 2 as a north group. Trigger 3 will be an east group because it makes us face this way. And if we go left here, we'll be facing south, so we want that to be, trigger 4 will be a south group. Alright, that should do it for this jump scare room 2 west wall script. We'll grab this and take it with us and delete it. So that script's good. This one, we're going to paste this and remove this one. And And then we're going to number this, or number these first. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alright, so this is an east wall for room 3. So we finished room 2, now we're on room 3. So we actually don't want this event group. And we deleted the one that we want, so we need to get that back. I went too far here, so let's undo a bunch of changes we made here. Alright, so we've got the room 3 east group. That's what we want. This event group here, we can get rid of that. We want to get all of them together in one spot, so we'll grab the north one, we'll copy that, we'll paste it, we'll grab the south one, we'll copy that, and we'll paste it here, and the west one, we'll copy that, and we'll paste it here. Okay, so now we're gonna make a new group, and we're gonna group all of these room 3 wall groups. So we've got them all in one spot. And we do need to number these again because I had to Control Z all of that. It just takes a second. Alright. And the thing is that we don't need a trigger 1 for this wall because it's an east wall. So we'll remove that one. We'll find our east wall. The trigger 2 is going to be a south group, so we'll copy that, paste it here. Trigger 3 is going to make us face west, so we'll copy that one, paste it there. And then trigger 4 is going to make us face north, so we'll copy that one and paste it here. So we've got our wall number group sorted out, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 altogether. So we've got 1. We'll copy it. We'll paste 2. Three. It's taking longer because I put the groups in there already. 4. And 5. Because they're already populated with the right wall groups, now we just need to change the numbers. So this is 38. This one's 47. 48. 49. Oh wait, there's more. Why is there more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why did it do that? Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, there should be a 6th one here. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it. And then this one will be 50. Oops, that was supposed to be 50, not 51. 50, and then 51. Alright, so that takes care of that. We do want to copy the group from above here. And we'll delete it because we don't want it to be there. And then we'll go to the north group. So we'll paste it here. Throw it at the top. We'll remove the north group because we don't need that anymore. And we'll actually delete all of these because they're not what we want. And then this one, let's make sure that it's got the right numbers. It does, but there's no events in it, so let's go ahead and do that. So North gets a simple change scene one. So trigger one, we'll just do this one manually. We'll say change scene to button room. Right, because that's the next room, the button room. So we want that. The fade speed, I believe it's supposed to be 2. Let's double check. Oh no, it's supposed to be 1. So I'm glad we double checked. Fade speed 1. And then, so that's, damn it. That's good for trigger 1. For trigger 2, we want it to face east. Damn, it keeps doing that. I don't know why it's doing that. North wall, trigger 2 east group. So we'll copy this, paste it here. And then trigger 3 is going to be a south group. So we'll copy the south group, paste it in trigger 3. And the west group, copy that for trigger 4. So we're not using the north group in here because we're already facing north. We've got 3, and 4. We've got all of them here. We just need to number them, and this one is 37. So now we need to count how many there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total. So we need 6 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different ones. 37's already numbered. We'll go with 41 next. 42 after that. 43. 44. 45. And 46. And we'll double check here. We got 45 and 46. All right, so that does it for the north wall of room 3. We'll grab this event because we no longer need it there. Yeah, we copied it. We'll delete it, and then we'll go to the south wall. There's only 2 more scripts left, and then we're done. So paste this. Then we get back to the art, which was the plan in the first place. All right, so we've got the event group. We can remove this south group. And then we'll make sure these have the numbers. They don't, so we'll put those in there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now for 1, we're going back to this. So we need the group for the south wall 2. So we'll go to the north wall, so it's easy to find. We'll go to any one of these, and we know that south is going to be the 3rd one, so we'll copy that. And we're going to go to our second to last script here. This one here gets that. So yeah, anytime you go through this door, it's going to take you to be facing this wall, but it's going to decide which one to show you, and that's what this group does there. For the next ones, we'll take from here. We are facing south, so if we do this one, it goes to the west. So 2 is going to be a west group. Copy that event, 2, paste it there. 3 is going to face north. We'll copy that event, paste it there, and then 4 is going to take us east, so we'll copy that event and paste it here. Alright, so we've got our one full wall thing, and how many variations are there? There are 5, it looks like, so we'll make 4 more. They do take a second because they're all fully populated, but it's quicker this way. And then, alright, so we've got them all populated, they just need numbers, right? So, wait, we've only got 4 and there should be 5. Where's that last one? Alright, so now we've got them all, they just need numbers. This one's 39. This one's 55. This one's 54. This one's 53. And this one is 52. Alright. Copy this event, take it away from here. Now we're on the last script. And we're nearly done here. Which is nice, because this has been tedious. Alright, so we can paste that there. We can get rid of this west group. We've already got it there. So yeah, we want to give these numbers. And now we need to put the right groups in the right places. This is the west wall. So if we click this one, it will take us north, right? So we don't need a 1, so we'll get rid of that. We need a north group, so we'll copy that, we'll paste it into 2. And then the third one is going to take us east, so we'll copy the east group, paste it into 3. And the fourth one is going to take us south, so we want to copy the south group and paste it into the fourth one. And now we can copy this 1, wait, how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. So there's 1 there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now this will be 7. Alright, so now we've got 7, we just need to give them the right numbers. This one will be 40. This one is 61. 60. 59. 58. 57. 56. Alright, so let's double check the numbers. 57, 56 is the last one. Alright, so now we can get rid of this group. We no longer need it. And all of the scripts are the right way that they should be. So we should no longer have that bug. Let's save it here and let's test it real quick. We should have jump scares that work in every room and send you to the right spot afterwards without any bugs. I haven't finished my tea and it's 2 in the morning. That's not a good sign. Alright, now it's done. No more caffeine for me. 2 in the morning. Shouldn't be drinking anyways. It's linking here, so it's nearly done. Oh, I just realized my background music is a little loud. It's been that way since Saturday. Jeez. Yeah, let me turn that down just a bit. Sorry about that. Alright, so we've got this. We can test it now. I think it's working. I wasn't paying enough attention. West, north, east, south, west. So we should be facing north. Oh, yep, that looks good. Alright, it's working. Alright, so the next thing that I wanted to fix was that the pointer doesn't point on these triggers anymore, and that's because of a mistake that I had made when I changed the name of the pointer and then I didn't refresh the software, and then I used the wrong thing on some of the pointers, and then there's another thing where after you click on it, it doesn't stop the animation, right? So we need to do that also. So the other ones, it doesn't matter because they don't have the door, but because there's a door sound effect, you see this little finger animation where it should stop. So we'll say animation speed. Oh, now if we do that, then we'll do sprite instead. We'll change the sprite sheet. Set actor player sprite sheet. So we'll set it to pointer 1 when you click, right? And then this one's right. So we'll copy this. We'll do that to all of the doors here. This prevents the animation from just like hanging while you wait for the door to open. And we should do the same thing for all of these. And then we also need this one. And also all of these. And then also all of these. Alright, so that takes care. Oh wait, and this. Oh, we got that one. Alright, so the next thing is, like I said, we need to make sure that the pointer goes to the right sprite. And it wasn't doing that before. So see how it's empty here? We need to make it say up. 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 So the reason why it's empty is because there was a second up that wasn't capitalized, and that was the one that I chose. But it disappeared because I changed the name in the project files and didn't refresh the project before I chose which one. And I wasn't sure which one to choose, and I chose the wrong one. We want the same thing for here, pointer up. And that's the reason why we don't have to redo it again for any of the other ones, is because... Oh, and some of them I got right, apparently. Because I only changed the name of one of them. So... Lesson learned, don't change the name of the sprite once you've already put it in your project folder and then used it. After that, just leave it how it was. If you do change it, you'll have to reselect it any place that you used it, because it will no longer be there. Seagoat, welcome in. How you doing? How was your stream? Or are you still streaming? How's your stream going? Still live? Right on, right on. Everyone should check out Seagoat if they haven't yet. If you're bored of what I'm doing here, go see what they're doing over there. It looks like they've got some type of turtle thing. Turtle, is that emote? Turtle emote? Testing emotes, cool, cool. Well, I appreciate you dropping in. I hope that your stream goes well. We're doing a little bit of debugging. at the moment. I was doing pixel art and then I got caught up in debugging. It looks like Lumbie's live too. Hey, the frog looks good. I like it. Nice work. Did we get this one? We got these ones. Oh, it looks like you're checking out Taco Crepe's stream on your stream. That's really cool. I'm actually lurking Taco Crepe right beside your stream, so it's interesting to me to see both at the same time. But yeah, Taco Crepe's awesome, so thanks for shouting them out. Alright, so that should be good as far as those changes. We could test it real quick, but let's just go back to drawing. I'm fairly confident that that's gonna work, so... I clicked the wrong one again. There we go. Alright, so we got our Pyrotoad looking monster. And, yeah. So we can just kind of give it some texture here. And then... same thing over here, kind of give it some warty skin. We'll probably go in with some of that lighter shade. I'm basically just following the contours of the edge so that way you can see the shape of the limb. Not sure how well it's gonna work in the end. But yeah, for the front limbs we should probably use lighter colors so that way we can tell the difference. At least along the edges. So for the eyes, we can use orphan pixels, and that will help differentiate the textures. And also there's less room in the eyes, so it's not as big of a deal. But as you can see, sometimes if the orphans get too close to each other, then you get these weird patterns, which works in this case, but normally you'll have to be at least aware of that, right? The smaller the space you have to work with, the more useful orphans can be. Orphan pixels, of course, not actual orphans. But yeah. And then we could use some of this white to make it look more eye-like. People generally see white and they think eyes, but if we just go straight in with the color, it's going to be too white. So we're probably going to use some of the darker shade with the white to help blend it a bit. We could use the lighter shade, but because of the iris being the lighter shade, that won't really work in this situation. So, and the darker shade is already around the edges, so that works. And for these smaller ones, we don't have to do all the way around the eye, we can just do like parts of it, and it will have the same effect. Alright, so yeah, now we're gonna go in and give it some more of this mid-tone, and if there's some black in there, that's not the end of the world. It gives it a sketchier quality, but it's kind of like shading also, right? And it kind of looks like the veins of an eye that has like dark spots and light spots. And then we might want to get a little bit more let's get closer here and be a little bit more precise with these ones. So yeah, we can use the dark to make sure that we have those lines accentuated, and also that it's not like bleeding into the other areas of the same color. But if we're doing that, we do want to make sure there's no weird gaps, so that way things look somewhat precise. The gaps tend to look like texture, and then the eye gets lost in it and it can't tell the form anymore. So we're going to do the same thing with the top of the leg there and just make sure that the line is clear. And then we can fill in the fire behind it. So I got a little lazy there. So I'm gonna fill in these black spots in the fire because they don't look very good. It doesn't really matter what color we use because fire is like really organic and has lots of shapes. I mean, if you want to do something more stylized, then you'd want to make sure that you stick to a pattern. But in this situation, it kind of gives it more of an organic feel if there's like some overlap of the colors and things are like a little bit outside of where they look like they're supposed to be placed. But the black was not giving it the right effect. Yeah, so. So one thing I'm worried about is like the eyes, like not having the right form here. So I think we should like clean that up a bit here and make sure that there's a good form there. Nice use of line and all that stuff, and make sure it's nice and thick so people realize that it's the edge of the frog. Or toad or whatever it is. Yeah, we can go over the eye a little bit. The original drawing had the eye like bubbling all the way out, but I don't think that's as important as making sure that the line is there. As much as I like bubbled out eyes on frogs. Let's zoom out a bit. Yeah, it still has like frog shape. I think we could fix these arms a little bit here so they kind of blend into the darkness, because if we put too much color in the top, it'll lose its form. And there's enough texture in the bottom, I feel like, to I don't know. So like the eye understands it, the eye can decipher what we're looking at first glance. Keep in mind it will be palette shifting, and they'll jump on the screen kind of quickly. So we want first glance, understand what it is, be afraid of it, and then you know, from there be like, oh, that's a cool looking frog kind of thing. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do with the top or the bottom. I feel like some type of texture would be useful. Maybe we'll just use the mouse for this. So if we grab all of this and all of this and all of this, and we put it on a new layer, put the layer underneath this one, we'll paste it there, and then we'll grab this one as well on top. We'll cut that out, we'll put it on another new layer. We can do various things. So maybe we start with the top and we do this color and this color. And we'll do more dithering. We'll do a radial and maybe something like this. Oh, and we need it to be like in there. So something like that actually looks pretty good, I think. And then we'll do something similar, but like this. Oh, not that one. Oh, that is the right one. Or no, this one? Or maybe this one? And for this, we want it to be on this layer, and we want it to be this color, I think. Maybe not. That's too hard to decipher. So I kind of like that, but at the same time, I feel like it's kind of getting lost. Oops. So what if we I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we just try a few different things until we like it here. So this is on its own layer. What if we did? Don't like the feet, the rear feet. I feel like they could use maybe some of this. Make sure we're on the right layer here. Maybe, oh, that's too big. Maybe like some wart texture. They need less of that black outline on the inside now that they have a black outline on the outside. Two hearts. That actually kind of works. Because you can't really tell that it's hearts. Oops, that went too far. And then we want symmetry back on. We're gonna make these nostrils not like that. like that. And maybe... No, honestly, that doesn't look any better. Let's go ahead and thicken that. And then... Well, it's a start. It looks like it's wearing gloves now. I had a feeling that would happen. Alright, well, that's a good start. Not sure what happened there. Turn on symmetry and try that again. What happened? Well, we've got a scary looking frog. No doubt about that. And yeah, once we've got a bunch of drawings, it'll be fun to make a bunch of different sound effects. For now, we can just use that basic scream, but it'd be cool to do like a evil ribbit, you know, that kind of thing. So I kind of want to start on another one, to be honest. We'll save it as the Aseprite. Put the keyboard out here. Jump scare 3 frog. Alright, what's next on that list? We've got well, we can mark off the frog. And we've got witch, vampire, bat, snake, spider, mutant, demon, cat, fish, squidge, mushroom, pig, swamp thing, creepy dragon, ring lady. I don't know. Let's open a new one. And guess we don't really need that. A bat one might be easy, right? So we'll start with that on a layer, and then we'll make a new layer, and we'll do the same thing with this darker color. And we want the wings to be like out here, right? And then the head to be like there, and then we want the feet to be in. The tail can go out, but the feet we need to be in. So let's erase those and try again with the feet. A raid from Taco Crib. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, Taco Crib. How you doing? I was lurking in your stream there. What were you drawing there? Thank you so much for the raid. What up? Yeah, we finished a frog. Well, we didn't really finish it, but we got the frog going. Frog's looking okay. Liney of the Valley, hi, welcome in. Thanks for raiding. Appreciate you being here. And thanks for checking out, being part of Taco Crib's stream. They're super cool. I hope you gave them a follow and a whole bunch of support, because we need to get them to an affiliate. I was updating my Meet the Artist profile for 2025. Oh, cool. It was a quick stream. Right on. Yeah, I've never actually done one of those Meet the Artist things. I've always wanted to, and I just feel like, I don't know, I always end up working on other stuff, and then like I don't spend enough time thinking about what I would do, and like, you know, I don't know. But I bet yours turned out cool. Do you want to do you have a link where you can share it? If you want, you can share it. I'd be happy to check it out. But yeah, I hope that went well. That was a short stream, but you know, a short stream is better than no stream. So glad to see it. Liney of the Valley also streams. They do some pixel art and Animal Crossing gameplay. Oh, cool. I'll have to give them a follow. I'm always trying to meet new pixel artists, trying to support as many as I can. And yeah, I do mostly game dev, but I also do pixel art. I've been doing a lot of Game Boy games lately. My work is still far from done still, but I did make some tile sets yesterday during your stream. If you want to check them out, I'd be happy to. Yeah, anything that you want to link, I'd be happy to check out. And I definitely appreciate that. So yeah, we were gonna make a bat now, and you know, it's like a jump scare, so we want it to be like right in your face. So it's not important that we have the wings, as long as you can tell that it's a bat. And I've done a little bit of research on bats before, so I kind of already have an idea of how they work. But yeah, we'll probably like they have like a little thumb here, and then the rest are fingers. It's real interesting because they're rodents, flying rodents. So that's probably more accurate like that, because they got elbows. Can't leave out the elbow. Yeah. But yeah, I've done some 3D animations of bats before. One of them actually made it into a game, which is pretty cool. Oh, cool! Let me get these up on a browser. All right. Very cool. I love the pastel colors. Like, it's like a soft thing going on, but it looks great. You know, I'm a huge fan of the 4 colors, right? So, definite Game Boy Color vibes here. I love it. And, yeah. That would be good for a game. Very cool. Did you have like a game in mind for this, or is it just kind of like tile sets to sell, or to kind of universal stuff? I love the trees and the stump; those are fantastic. Also, the water is like really well done. The sand and the rocks, and grass, all of it's really well done. Really, yeah, great work with this, and the color palettes are really sweet too. Am I following you? I am now. Also, nice work with the likes. It's not easy to do these days on X. But yeah, very cool stuff. Thank you for sharing. Very much appreciate that. Let me get Twitch back up. Where did that go? Got quite inspired by watching game dev streams, and I tried making a tile set. It was harder than I thought, actually. This one took hours. Hats off to the artist making a full set of this. Well, it gets easier the more you do it. That's for sure. Sometimes it's good to work with like a base, so you know like what tiles go next to each other and what you'll need and how they work in like a scene. Glad you like it. I don't know yet if it's functional though as a tile set. LMAO. Well, there's a GB Studio if you want to try throwing it in there. But yeah, you can always make a mock-up, right? That's what a lot of people do, is they'll make like a mock-up of what a game might look like, and those help sell tile sets for sure. Like if you peruse tile sets on itch, you'll see that a lot of them have like a mock-up of like what a game might look like, and they're not usually completed games, but they give you an idea of what it might look like in your game. I did make it for possibly a tactics game since I retained the grid for most of the tiles. Yeah, I noticed that. That's really interesting. Nice. I finally found your Twitter. Yeah. Mock-up sounds fun. Yeah, mock-ups are fun. I used to do them back in the day more. Now I just make prototypes these days, and I spend a lot more time thinking about game design than I do on the art until like the later stages when the design is pinned down. Because a lot of times what happens is oh, and there's an ad starting, so let me snooze that. A lot of times what happens is when you're doing art for a game, you aren't sure exactly what it needs until you've got the prototype tested, and then the testers are like, oh, could you change this, that, and that? And then you're like, oh yeah, but I'll have to change all of the art. And then you end up changing the art 2 or 3 times before you get it just right. So a lot of times it's a good idea to, unless you know exactly what the game's gonna need, then it's a good idea to kind of, like I said last stream, pizzazz instead of polish. But if you're making a tile set that is like universally usable and you know that it's gonna work, I can see that happening to me. Well, the more you mess with it, the easier it is to wrap your brain about it around it before you actually get there. So it's a good idea to like dip your toes into that pool and see what happens, because you might learn a lot about how to make more production, like to make your tile set more production ready. Not that it's not now. I would have to play with it myself to fully know. But if it looks like it would work, with GB Studio, a lot of what you do is actually in the art tool that you're using. Like if you were going to use Unity or something like that, then you would bring in pieces and build those pieces in the engine. But in GB Studio, it doesn't really have that. So you end up having to build your backgrounds in Aseprite or in Tiled or whatever software you use for that, and then bring them into GB Studio, and then you throw your sprites on there and see how it works. But yeah, if you were doing it in Unity, on the other hand, you would make a tile set asset, and you could use what they call rules, where it kind of draws out the tiles for you. It's kind of hard to explain, but yeah. And then Tiled is another piece of software that's free and does the same kind of thing, but it's really hard to use. Seagoat, when Seagoat was in here a few weeks ago, I was talking about using Tiled, and they said that they tried to use it and they felt like it was cheeks. And I rarely hear that phrase, cheeks. So I actually named a character in the game that I was working on Cheeks because of that. And of course it has these big cheeks, so but yeah, that's super cool, and I really appreciate you sharing that. And awesome work on X. That, like I said, it's getting harder and harder to even break 50 likes or whatever. It's been a while since I've broken 50 likes on anything, so congrats on that. Gotta celebrate those wins, you know? So yeah, they have like a pig nose. So we'll do like a chin, and then the pig nose, and then we'll give them like really evil eyes, and like really big fangs, right? Or maybe their mouth is open. We'll have to redo the mouth a bit. And then their ears are kind of like mouse ears. No internet farted. Oh no. Oh yeah, I was super. X was super difficult to get a hold of, but I do get lucky sometimes. I have more consistent engagement on Blue Sky, honestly. Yeah, I feel like it is more consistent on Blue Sky, but yeah, I get about the same on both, but I spent so long on Twitter building a following, so it's really kind of strange to me that I do just as well on Blue Sky now. In considering I've only spent about maybe a year or so on Blue Sky, maybe just over a year putting stuff on Blue Sky. Elon Musk really destroyed the algorithm for us. More than that, they just destroyed the whole everything here in the States. It's like, holy shit, I didn't realize that someone could just come in with a bunch of money and just like wreak havoc on everything like that, but they really have. And as a developer, I feel it even more. I feel like, because like Twitter was like a development haven for like a lot of developers. You could pretty much find any developer there, and we would support each other, and we would also find fans there, and mostly we were just supporting each other. So but yeah, he came in, screwed everything up, the algorithm tanked. I went from gaining 100 followers a month to losing 2 or 3 to 4 a month, and yeah, for whatever reason, and a whole bunch of people I know just up and left, and I was pretty close to up and leaving, but at the same time it's like, you know, see how far it goes, and then also like just kind of ride out the sinking ship, and also start spending more time elsewhere. And honestly, that's part of the reason why I'm spending more time here. You know, when Twitter was in its heyday, I was getting over 50 likes consistently with every post, and it took me a while to get to that point, and now I struggle to get over 20. So yeah, it's quite sad. Yeah, it was kind of heartbreaking when it happened, to be honest. I was like, because I had spent so much effort and so much time trying to gain that following, make a bunch of friends, you know, have all those networks on Twitter, and I was finally getting to the point where people were starting to like, you know, recognize me from my Twitter account, or like they would meet me and see my Twitter account and be like, oh, that's cool, you know, like, because, you know, I don't know, it's kind of stupid, but it kind of like, it gives you a little bit of clout when you've got, you know, over so many followers or whatever, and it was really cool to get over 4,000, and now it took a lot longer than I thought to get over 1,000, because I was like, oh, this will be easy, I'll make it to 4,000 in no time, and then all of a sudden Elon Musk took over, and it's like, oh, now it's really hard to get to 4,000, and like the last like few hundred was like so hard. And now I'm going the other way. Now I'm under 4,000 and going back down, and it's like, whatever. It's hard to care a lot anymore, because all the cool people have kind of left Twitter, and there's just a bunch of like, well, not everyone, but it seems like it's like filled with a bunch of like morons, and like AI enthusiasts and political people, and like all of the feeds got screwed up, and oh man, I could go on forever about how much I dislike what happened there. It felt like it was like against developers. That's what it felt like, because all of the developers I knew had already spent so much time and effort like on that platform, and then it was just like yanked out from underneath us like a rug. And just not fun at all, not cool. Some loser. And like the reasoning behind it is so stupid because it's all political. You know, it was like literally to try to buy the election, and it freaking worked, which is the messed up part. But now we're just left with the aftermath, and it's stupid. It's just really, really stupid. Would love to have something that was, or that's as good as Twitter was, but I don't know. Blue Sky still has a long ways to go before it gets to where Twitter was, and I'm not sure if it's ever going to get back to where it was, or get to where Twitter was, because a lot of people were kind of fed up by what happened, and it's kind of a smack in the face to realize that all of what you put into a platform, even if it's the longest running platform, or like the one that was popular for the longest, like anything could happen and all that stuff could go. Same goes for Twitch and YouTube and all of them. You know, all of your effort could be like rendered useless, like with just one person deciding that they want to buy it, or they decide that they want to use it for their own agenda or whatever. Yeah, people over there are rewarded for misinformation and rage bait content. That the site is full of slop like that. Yeah, it's really bad. It took me a while to make it usable by being trigger happy with the block button. Oh yeah, no, I did the same thing, 100%. I think it's almost needed on that one, on X. Like if you don't do that, the platform's using you instead of you using the platform. I really stayed to mostly for some of my mutuals that didn't migrate to Blue Sky. Yeah, definitely. I was kind of the same thing. Like I definitely migrated like as soon as things got real bad, and I think I actually already had a Blue Sky from before, and then I just started using it more once things got really bad. And I think what really opened the floodgate for me was when Blue Sky allowed video. Like, because at first I was like, oh cool, Blue Sky, wait, no video? Well, what am I gonna post on Blue Sky then? Stills? I had kind of already stopped doing stills because Twitter had been like post videos and the algorithm would boost videos, so I got really into posting videos. And yeah, I don't know, it's getting better on Blue Sky. It really is, all the time. So I definitely think everyone should like convert. And honestly, Twitter's just getting worse all the time. So yeah, I feel you. And I actually downloaded a extension for Chrome that tells me if someone paid for their blue check mark. And it's like everyone. Like there's so many people that pay for Twitter, and that's just crazy to me. Like, like I get it that they get paid if they pay, but they only make back that money, like you said, if they post rage bait and they get enough interactions and all that stuff. And it sounds like it's really not easy to make any money on Twitter. And then if you put yourself in that like, oh well, I gotta do this to get that, like you just end up being a jerk, and your content is trash. So like you're basically joining the bullshit, right? Oh yeah, you're probably the first wave of migrants back when Blue Sky didn't have a lot of features. Yeah, for sure. As soon as I found out about it, I started an account, and then I started using it once Twitter started to get crappy. And then I realized that like, hey, they still don't have any features, and then I started using it more once the features came in. I was at the third wave when Twitter was training Grok AI. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that yeah, the whole thing is stupid. Yeah, I'm not really too worried about them training off my social media posts, because I gave up. I stopped caring about Twitter like pretty quickly. And mostly what I post, if you look at my Twitter and you look at the media tab, it's mostly just promotions for my stream now. That's pretty much all I post. I'll make a short video. Hey, this is what we worked on last time. Come check out my stream. This is what we're doing today. And then that's it. Every single time now, that's pretty much all I do. Every once in a while I'll do like gameplay or something like that, but mostly it's just like what you're looking at now, and I'll be like, hey, this is what I'm working on, you know. So kind of low effort, but I don't know, I got kind of fed up because I spent, like I said, I used to like stress out over doing screenshot Saturday posts and stuff like that. I would like work on it all week and make sure that it was like perfect, and then it would get like 50 to 100 likes or whatever, and it felt worthwhile, and it felt like it was an investment, and it felt like maybe that would come back to help me when the game is, you know, launched or whatever. And before I even launched the game, the shit was pulled out from under me and everyone left. So I don't want to get stuck spending a bunch of effort and time on something that's just going to get, you know, it's just going to evaporate eventually anyways. So I don't know. You know, I feel like we should do dithering for the wings. I feel like that might help. Like, cause we're doing this like fur pattern, which looks fine, but like the wings aren't like furry. They're gonna be like, you know, textured, but like a weird texture. So I'm thinking like a radial thing. So maybe we I don't know what to do. Just noodle it out here. Yeah, I get that. I'm just quite happy. Most of my moots are already over on Blue Sky. Yeah. Honestly, I've been finding all of my my close mutuals over there for sure. Not all of them. Sadly, some of the people that I was really, you know, closely networked with went to Mastodon instead, which I also have, but I don't use it ever. It's just one of those things. It's like, it's just not, I don't know. And then there's like Threads, which is like, why would anyone go there? It's owned by Meta. And then there's like Instagram, which is like, well, I tried that years ago and it's kind of shit for conversions, so have fun getting any conversion there. It's all bots. All your interactions are bots over there. We do have an ad starting soon, and I ran out of snoozes, so I apologize for that. Oh my god, Mastodon. Yeah, I don't really know like all of what's up with Mastodon. I feel like there's like a mix of everybody there, but it just, the usability isn't there for me. Instagram is way worse. Yeah, Instagram is terrible, and I can't imagine Threads is any better. Facebook is just like obsolete, just like you can't even use it. It's just, if you go to Facebook, all you get is AI slop, and if you go to the groups, all you get is like negativity. They also changed the feed from 1 squares to 5 6, I think. Yeah, well, the thing is with Instagram is mostly it's all reels now. Ever since Snapchat took off and TikTok took off, Instagram has been pushing reels more and more. So like, if you post images, they do okay, but you better post a reel of that image if you want any real traction. But I honestly, I haven't posted on Instagram in like over a year now, so but yeah, there is an ad in progress, so sorry about that. But yeah, I kind of want to do contiguous. We could do hearts. That looks weird. So if we do this. Maybe this is what we do. It might look weird though. Maybe this one. But we've got it backwards. Let's try another one. Borklork Goop. Thanks for the follow. That's a funny name, Borklork Goop. Appreciate you being here. Maybe this one? I don't know, it just looks too modern. This one might look interesting. A little too vertical. Maybe we go back to this one. I got an idea. What if we do this and this the other way? This and this, this and this. Like that. And then we'll do the other one. Welcome back from the ad break. Just lurking, I appreciate the lurk anytime. And well, thank you for that. And thank you for the follow. So yeah, we're gonna do that, and then we'll and then we can we'll deselect. Oh, you know what? We want those on separate layers, so let's exit or cut that. We'll make a new layer. We'll paste that there, and then we'll do the same thing for this one. We'll get this one up like that. And then we'll cut that and we'll put it on another layer. So the wings are on separate layers. And now we want this, no, this color and then that color. And then we can do another, oh. But we want it to be incontiguous. Maybe we mix and match here. The waves look cool and all, but like maybe something like this. Lumbee with the lurk. Lumbee, I saw you streaming. Are you still streaming? Was that just a test? But thanks for the lurk, I appreciate that. We can do another one. I think that looks pretty good. It looks like there's got a an X-ray thing going on, so maybe we fill in the color here. So let's get that back, like this, and that. Noob question, but I can lurk in separate streams, right? Yeah, absolutely. No worries about that. Yeah, it's a little confusing at first, but it's totally acceptable. It's you know, if you want to even mute and put it in a tab, that's fine too. Generally speaking, it's good etiquette to say lurks with explanation points, so that way if there's like a command or something, then it says like thanks for the lurk, that kind of thing. That way the streamer knows that you're like that if you like if I talk to you, then you won't answer, kind of thing, because you're lurking. That way it doesn't pull you out of your lurk if you do have volume on, or if you do turn the volume off, then I'm not just speaking into the void. But honestly, that's if you don't speak for a while, most streamers will just kind of assume that you've kind of entered lurk mode, and so a lot of the times people won't like ask you questions if you haven't said anything in a while. They'll just assume that you've like gone out. Sometimes it gets a little weird when there's only like 2 or 3 people in the chat and the streamer's like looking for someone to talk to, but those people are all lurking. But yeah, it really depends on the streamer and that kind of stuff. But yeah, no worries. Oh cool, I was wondering if it might cause issues with Twitch or something. If it does, it would be like a browser issue. I've found that if you've got more than one stream open, sometimes it will, like, you'll get this red button that says like restart the stream. Excuse me. And I'm not sure why that happens, but it happens a lot on Chrome. For me, I found that using Opera is actually better for having more than one stream open at a time and like tabbing between them. It just doesn't fail as often for me, but I've also heard from other people that failed more often for them. So it might depend on your system as well. Like different computer systems, different OSs and different things will have different outcomes for that. But yeah, you may need to, like, sometimes if you've got like 3 or 4 open and you like tab to YouTube or something like that, then it might like stop one of those from making audio and stop the video, and it's just, and I'm not sure why it happens. Honestly, I think sometimes having too many video streams open is enough to make it weird out. But yeah, like I said, Opera handles it better for me. I like never have an issue if I'm using Opera, but a lot of times I'll just like I'll just constantly tab back and forth and refresh it if I need to. But sometimes people have pre-rolls on, so every time you refresh it you get stuck with ads. It's kind of a thing, so I don't know. But best of luck with all of that, figuring that out. It's totally acceptable. But yeah, as far as if your system handles it well or if your browser handles it well, that's like, there's a lot of moving parts in that, a lot of factors, so. I feel like it's missing a finger, so we've got the thumb. The thumb should actually be further down there. So maybe we fix that. And then this, are we on the right layer? Yeah, okay. We've got thumb, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're missing a finger. So we'll do this there, like that. Yeah, sorry if you hear my hand farting against the plastic, because that's definitely a thing. I don't have a glove. I got mine used and it didn't come with a glove. Also, I feel like wearing a glove would kind of suck, but if you hear that sound, I'm not farting. It's my hand rubbing against the plastic of the thing. the graphics tab. Oh, I see. I've been meaning to use Opera browser. Yeah, I mean, there's there's the shame point number 2. Yeah, it's like I didn't know about it until a few months ago, so I'm still learning about it, and I don't use it all the time, but yeah, it definitely helps for lurking. I feel like if I'm out to lurk, I'll do it in Opera. Yeah, one time I was in a stream and something came up about using a browser, and they were surprised that I was using Chrome. They're like, "You're not using Opera?" I was like, "Why, is Opera better?" And everyone in chat was like, "Yeah, Opera is better." I was like, "Oh, well, I guess I'll take a look." Because I remember back, this was like over 10 years ago, I was like applying for jobs, and I was mostly using Mozilla Firefox, and I realized that like it didn't work for a lot of job applications on company websites because they were optimized for Chrome. So like I had to like start using Chrome more, and then I just put it in my head that Chrome was better at dealing with just random differences in websites, and now it's like, well, Opera is an option too. So was on a Windows Vista 7 at the time, and it was fast, but made everything so. I remember switching to Chrome because people said it was faster. It was fast, but made everything else around it slow. Yeah, pretty much. It can be a resource hog for sure. Yeah, and I had a Vista computer at one point too. That was crazy. Talk about a pain in the butt. Have to use compatibility mode for every single software that I had from my old computer. Something we can do. There is I can never remember where it's at. There's a clone stamp tool, isn't there? Maybe you just gotta do it by hand. No, I remember there being one. Am I wrong? Huh. Oh, because I was on the wrong layer. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, that's really weird. Why is it over there? Oh, it's both spots. I see what's going on. I'm cheating to get that effect. Alright, so then we go to this, and then this. Let's get the size back down. About there. And then we'll get the fingers back. I swear I remember there being a clone brush, though. Like a clone stamp. I guess people just use the B button, or the control B, to make a new brush, which is what I just did. I thought there was a clone stamp. Maybe I'm wrong. I see a feature request for it. It says it was implemented. Oh, it's part of the tile map thing? Well, that's not what I want. Oh my god, I haven't touched other brushes other than the shader brush. Yeah, I don't really use shader modes. What is that? This thing here? The ink modes? I don't really use them. But I do use Control B quite a bit. I thought there was like an actual stamp tool. But I don't think there is. But I like to use the jumble tool and the blur tool, or like even in conjunction, especially if I'm doing like high res pixel art. I use the gradient tool a lot, and the paint bucket. But yeah, things are coming along here. We're moving right along. So let's put some orphan pixels here for this fur texture. I guess we should be using symmetry for that, because it's teeth. And then the nose should have some highlights to it. But definitely way better to add them normally. Oh wait, shading brush is quite useful to quickly add light dark areas super fast while still using the palette, but definitely way better to add them normally. Yeah, I don't know. I just never got into it. Like I tried it, and then I quickly, I want more control over it, and I don't know. What I tend to do is I'll take a color, like say that I want this color, but I want like a darker version. I'll go in a diagonal, right? And the darker you get, the more saturated you get, and the lighter that you get, the less saturated you get. And I'll just, I'll try it, is that what I want? And if that's not it, then I'll bring back the original, and then I'll do an in-between. And if that's not it, then I'll do an in-between. And sometimes if I really need to get exact, I'll make this bigger. So that way I can really see, like, oh, is this what I want? No, that's not it. And then I'll do, like, is that what I want? Oh, that's definitely it, or like, oh, same thing. Maybe I want a darker version. I'll move in this diagonal here along the same hue. And then if I want, I'll hue shift just a little bit, one way or the other. If I need hue shifting or whatever. I only do that after I've decided which one, or I guess you could do it either way. You could do it after you decide or before you decide. It might actually be better sometimes to do it to change the hue before you decide the lightness, because hue has like that effect sometimes. Like if it's yellow, it'll appear brighter even though it's not, kind of thing. But yeah. Mostly I've just been using this palette because this is what GB Studio uses for DMG. And then for Game Boy Color, it's interesting because the palette that you choose on here might not be available in Game Boy Color. So Game Boy Color has 16-bit color, I believe. So typically you're dealing with 32-bit colors. So when you come up with a 32-bit palette and put it into GB Studio, it will come up with colors as close as it can to that, but it might not be exactly the color that you're expecting. So that's something else to keep in mind. And honestly, it's really easy to set up a project and then just throw your colored image into the project and see what it does with it. I can actually show you. So assuming that these were color images, right? Like, let's go to the jump scare so it's a little bit easier to see. So assuming that this was a color image, what I would do is I would go to this color palette here, and you would do enable color mode, and then it turns everything red, right? Which looks ugly. But then what you can do is hit this, and then it turns it back to the colors that you gave it. And then it would be, instead of DMG mode, where it's like actually black and white on some emulators, it would be these shades of green, but in a Game Boy Color game, right? And then to turn that off, you can turn off color mode in the settings. So you go to edits, or what is it? Oh, you go here and then go to settings, and then in color mode you want it to be you know, monochrome if you're doing it for if you're doing it for GB, right? But it will work for these supported platforms. But then if you go to color and monochrome, it will come up with a monochrome version. But yeah, and then color only, it won't work with Game Boy. It'll just work for Game Boy Color and Analog Pocket. So that's something to keep in mind. Allows your game to run on monochrome and color devices. But yeah, it will come up with and I'm not really certain how it does it, but you could do both Game Boy and like monochrome and Game Boy Color. But yeah, so yeah, we don't want the color. But yeah, when you click that, it forces you to enable color because that's the palette button. But yeah. Oh, I remember my GB emulator being black and white. Yeah, that's kind of annoying when it starts black and white. A lot of times you'll be able to manually change the palette, but not always. Yeah, but I think I can adjust that. Yeah, exactly. But so what I deal with as a developer is people who haven't played with emulators, and they want to play your game, but they're only used to indie games on Steam, and they're like, oh, well, I'll download it on itch. I've done that before, so they know itch maybe. But then they're like, oh, but it says I need an emulator to play it, and it's like a .gb. I don't know what to do with a .gb. I can't just click on it like an executable. And then you have to be like, oh, well, download an emulator, and then they download an emulator, and then it's black and white, and they're like, well, it looks kind of ugly black and white. How do I get it to be the color that you have it, kind of thing? And it's like this whole thing. But I am learning how to put Game Boy games onto executables using Godot, and unfortunately the open source emulator that I'm using to do that is black and white. So what I'm going to end up doing is making Game Boy Color versions to put on this emulator just so they're not black and white. So that way I can manage the colors on my own, even if it's all one palette. Good thing you have a browser as well. I'm not sure what you mean there. Browser for... Oh, yeah, I got you, for itch. Yeah, so you can play the games on the browser. But a lot of streamers don't want to do that. They've had bad... So, I see what you're saying, yeah. Meant like your games are playable through the browser. So, a lot of the times when you play a game through a browser, it's like a Godot game or a Unity game, and sometimes they'll have issues because they're not optimized for HTML5. We do have an ad starting, and I'm going to take a break for the ad. So a lot of streamers will stay away from that because they've had issues with it before. So that's another thing to think about. But you're right, most of the time a Game Boy ROM will work on an HTML5 thing because it's so small and the emulator's so small. So it doesn't usually have that issue, but some streamers stay away from browsers just because of their own insight. But yeah, we're gonna take a break and be back shortly. There's an ad, and I gotta use the bathroom, so that's a thing. But yeah, we'll be back shortly. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Okay, we're back from the ad break. And let's see, let's move this out of the way. So Bat's almost done. I feel like it just needs a background and then it should be good. Maybe some work on the feet. Yeah, let's get the feet handled here. Make sure we're on the right layer. Oh, I guess things are not always on the right layer here. That happens. Luckily with Game Boy, things end up getting merged down anyways, so it's not a huge loss if you end up merging things. And a lot of times you can always separate things with some clever use of the magic wand tool. Yeah. I don't know what happened there. What happened? I got lazy. Alright, that looks pretty good. Maybe just a couple black spots around here to make the legs stand out a little bit more. And then we'll do the background here. So clearly we need to erase some things here before we get too deep into the background. Otherwise we'll have these black splotches and we won't know why. But yeah, that should be good. And then so what we're gonna do now is we're going to grab our magic wand and select everything. Well, let's finish some of these lines here so we don't have that issue. Oops. Alright, so now we should be good. We can select that and select that. And then we'll go to this layer. And you know, let's just make a new layer so it's not like confusing or anything like that. And then, well, what do we have? What do we have? We've got that. Let's go to this layer first, and we'll cut that from there, and then we'll put it here, and we'll put it below there. So that way we've got the inside of the bat on a separate layer than the background, and that'll just make it easier to work with the dithering and stuff. Because I think we should do like linear stuff, and we'll turn off symmetry, and let's see what we got. I wonder how this one would look. So we should probably use yeah, I guess that just looks too not good. Let's try this one. That actually works pretty well. So I love the dither tool because if you hold shift you can get it to look like that, but if you hold control you can get it to look like that. So you can kind of get a variety there. And then of course where you hold it or where you click is going to make a difference also. And what I like to do is like double it up. And if you use contiguous here, you get some different effects. But yeah, we can't really use this because the background or the outline of that is that. If we do that, it gets too bright. So maybe we do a radial one of this and this, and we do it like right in the middle. Oh, is that not gonna let us? All right, so we'll fill in this like that, and then we'll get our gradient, and that's not gradient, and we'll do like that, and then we'll turn everything on. That doesn't look good either, so maybe we do this and this. Oh. We've got them backwards. I think it looks better round, like that. And then what we did before was we actually erased the outline, and that looks pretty good. So, and we can make a duplicate just in case we make any mistakes or anything like that. And then we'll, instead of erasing it, we'll just use this color, and we'll get our brush out, and we'll just make it kind of large so we can see that we're erasing stuff, and we can just kind of give it like a blob outline, so that way we don't lose any of the lines. The shape of the bat is still there, and we can actually make this symmetrical. I'm actually using the mouse here. Doesn't really make a difference. I don't want to get tighter around the head because it gives the head shape, right? Because it's actually adding like girth to the bat there. Which is fine as long as we don't get too blobby with it, because then it'll look like it's a blobby bat. Kind of like this hand is looking a little blobby. So we might want to make the brush smaller for this and just go pixel by pixel and just get rid of the ones that are just in the way. Maybe that one there. I think we could do a little bit more with the shading of the inside here. So like, let's just, oh, do we have the right tool out? Are we on the right layer? No. So if we just kind of like, oh, it's too big now. Just kind of like put some more hair and fur in here. So like, it doesn't feel like it's just super bright, right? Give it a little bit more texture. Doesn't have to be like crazy or anything, but just a little bit more. And the symmetry is kind of throwing me off in the center, so I'm going to turn that off and just kind of do it real random in the center, so that way it doesn't look too symmetrical. Like, it works for filling shapes out, but fur isn't exactly symmetrical, and this texture shouldn't be either, so we're kind of breaking up that symmetry now. We used it to fill things in and it worked pretty well, but now we're breaking it up. And I'm gonna go back and at some of these spots where there's just too much of this like horizontal lines and symmetry, almost geometric shapes forming, I'm gonna break those up on purpose here. Like, look and find the ones that I don't like and fix them. Oh, that's on a different layer, isn't it? Like, what's going on there? All right. And another trick that I use a lot when I'm doing pixel art, especially like larger pieces, is I will, and for smaller pieces, I do this for either really large pieces or really small pieces, I'll squint my eyes. And this is something that I actually learned in life drawing class, like when I was doing like actual like live models with like traditional media. And the teacher told me to do this, and it actually works really well. It forces you to check to see if you can discern the shapes, and if it still kind of looks like what you want it to with your eyes like squint barely open, then your brain is going to figure out what it is quickly, and that's what you want, especially in this situation where it's like a jump scare. It's going to be on the screen right away. You want to be able to see it even with your eyes like barely open. And what happens with pixel art is that you no longer see the individual pixels, you start to see just the forms and stuff like that. So you want to see it both ways. You want to see it, you know, in as many ways as possible. So you want to zoom in, zoom out, stand close to it, stand far away from it, flip it upside down, flip it horizontally, see it from all angles, and squinting is just another angle, in my eyes, another way to look at it. But I'm happy with it. Let's save this. I'll call it a bat and save as jump scare 4. And we'll call it bat so that we don't get lost and confused with what they are. Oh yeah, I do that to see if the silhouette looks right. Yeah, exactly. Silhouette's so important. It's something I recently learned and wish I knew way back. Yeah, honestly, when I learned that in like what 2005, I was like kind of blown away and astounded that I hadn't been using it longer. But yeah, it's super useful, and I was like in the last 5 years or so, I mentioned that to someone and they were like, "Oh, that works for pixel art too?" I was like, "It works especially well for pixel art, especially." Like I said, big pieces or really, really small pieces, it works really well for. It'll work for medium pieces too, but it's like for really small pieces, it's like perfect for it. Yeah, especially well for pixel art. Yeah, exactly. So we'll export it as a PNG. All right, so now we can throw it in our Game Boy Studio here. So we've got these jump scares, and they're already set up just the way we need them. So we'll just copy this one, paste it again. We'll rename them 3 and 4. Oh, that one's supposed to be 3. And this one's supposed to be 4. Alright, and then we need to grab our files. So this is our project folder, yep. So we're going to put them into this backgrounds folder, and then I'm going to open it from Aseprite. Alright, so we've got our jump scare bat and our jump scare frog. We'll oh wait, that's the Aseprite one. We want to make sure we get the PNG ones. Oh, it looks like we didn't export the frog one, so let's do that. Alright, now we've got the frog and the bat PNG files. We'll copy those. We'll paste them here. And we'll put them here. So this one was the frog, and this one, the bat. So the next thing we need to do to make all of these work is go to the jump scare decider, and we'll need to basically copy these and change them to work, right? So yeah, we'll just do 2 of them, and we'll change, first we'll change this to 3, and this one to 4. But then we also need to change all the random stuff. We can be fine with 1 through 64, but each time we add some, we're going to have to change how it decides what gets what. So 64 divided by 4 is 16. So we'll say if it's less than 16, if it's I think there's a way. Alright, so yeah, we'll have to like double this up, right? So copy event, paste it, and we'll paste it inside and put it here, and we'll get rid of this one. And so now we need to say if it's more than 16, but also less than 32, then we do this one. The concept of silhouette as well, that really helped me improve. I didn't read that. Yeah, loving the set of pixel art jump scares so far. Thank you. Can't wait for the jump normals. I don't think we're gonna do jump normals. I appreciate the thought, but I don't think we're gonna put myself through that. I mean, as cool as that might be, it's gonna be a pain in the butt to code, and it's going to be a pain in the butt to explain to players. We're better off just waiting for them, or letting them wait for it, and it not happening. Oh, that's fine too. Yeah, it's just the idea of doing that. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. I'll have to sleep on it. I'll have to sleep on it for a few nights. We got time. We got time. Yeah, but the idea of silhouette. There was something else that I was taught in art school, and it worked really well for figures. Especially, well, so we learned what's known as the French academic style of drawing, and I don't know, there's probably some stuff on the internet about that. French academic drawing style. The French academic drawing style prevalent in the 19th century is characterized by precise draftsmanship, detailed rendering, and focus on realistic representation of form and anatomy, often drawing inspiration from classical art. It emphasizes idealized beauty and technical mastery with a polished and finished look, and frequently depicts historical, mythological, or biblical subjects. So a lot of that's bullshit, but what is true is the technical aspect of it. And I bet we can find my teacher, David Jameson. So we'll turn off the volume on this. We'll do a little art school. This is literally my teacher. So this is the studio that he opened. And this was the one who told me about drawing. And he was always say, draw from life, don't ever draw from photographs. So it's interesting that he's drawing from a photograph here. But this trick here is what I was talking about. He's using envelopes to figure out the silhouette. So he's making measurements and then marking the envelope. And then he's marking the angles. This is a 15-minute video, so we're not going to watch the whole thing, but we can speed it up. But this is exactly what I wanted to explain here, so I'm not going to speed this part up. He's literally measuring using a measuring stick and like, you know how people used to use their thumb to like measure things? He's literally doing that, but with a stick, and then bringing that stick with his arm straightened, like so the depth stays the same, and bringing it to the page, and then marking it, right? So he's actually taking measurements right now from the drawing, and then, or from the photograph. Usually you would do this from a live model, or I think he is doing it from a live model, and this is the finished rendering. I'm not really sure exactly how it's working. Well, no, he's doing a graphite one, so this must be a photograph. But yeah, usually he does it from a live model. Anyways, at this point, we'll speed it up. And we'll even skip ahead. Oh, no, we'll stay at this point for a bit longer. We'll skip ahead at some point, probably. But these starting points are the most important, right? Because if you have a good like drawing at the start, then you can start adding light and shadow to it, and that's what he's doing now. He's finding the deepest darks and the lightest lights and starting to push the contrast. And it's important to do it both at the same time. But yeah, I actually did take a class at the Vitruvian School, but it wasn't like a class. It was more like a life drawing study, and it was like $20, and you get to use the live model that everyone else is using, and just like spend a couple hours drawing them, and it was a lot of fun. I did that after college because one of my friends was teaching at their school. I actually went to Italy with this guy who's drawing the picture right now. Him and his wife. Yeah, we did landscape paintings in Tuscany. It was actually a lot of fun. Very expensive trip, but it was like once in a lifetime thing. I figured they might mark it as a normality. Yeah, lecture time for sure. Ooh, that's neat. I do struggle with proportions, so that might help me to learn. I like how they draw shadows. Yeah. So, and you can't really tell because it's moving so quickly, but every stroke is just like one fine line. You push the pencil down, you drag the pencil, you lift it up. It's not scribbling back and forth. And that's something that I had to learn because I would always just kind of scribble back and forth. But he's doing individual lines. He's using a brush. It looked like he was using a white chalk pencil, kneaded eraser, 8B for the darkest darks. He's got a blending tool there. I hate the sound of blending tool. Just looking at him blend, I can feel the sound of the blending tool, like the texture. That I don't like that. I think sometimes he told us to use compressed charcoal for the darkest darks too. So that might be a thing. But yeah, let's skip ahead a little bit. Otherwise we'll be here for another few minutes. So clearly it takes a lot of time to do it this way. Look, he's got it upside down. Remember how I said to flip it upside down? That's a thing. It helps you view the light and shadow differently and the composition differently. Also, you don't have to worry about smudging it. See how he's got that piece of paper there now? That's so he doesn't smudge what he's already done. They call it a bridge. Or in painting, you'll use a maul stick, they call it. So that way you don't accidentally drag your hand against the paint. Smudging is my enemy. I know. I do a lot of charcoal, so like, yeah. That's mostly why I ditched traditional art. Oh, right on, yeah. There are tools and tricks to prevent smudging, for sure. You're all out of Pokeballs. But yeah, this is nearly done at this point. And look how lifelike that is and close to the original. Pretty crazy, right? Of course, this is a photograph, but seeing it in person is like a whole nother thing. Anyways, let's fix these jump scares so they work. We did the second one has to be greater than 16 and less than 32. Let's say less than equal to 32. And then we'll do for this one, we'll say greater than 32. And then we'll copy this, paste it underneath. We'll delete this one. And then we'll say if it's greater than 32 and less than or equal to what's 32 plus 16? 48? 48. So yeah. And then we'll do if it's greater than 48, then we'll do this one. So 48 to 64, is that 16? How many is that? 64 minus 48, is that 16? It should be. 64 minus 48 is 16. Yeah, so there's a 1 in 4 chance of each. Oh, this should be, wait, is this greater than or equal to? Yeah, greater than or equal to. This one has to be greater. And so there might be a little bit of wiggle room or whatever, but let's give it a test and see if it works. Oh, we do have an ad in progress. Sorry about that. Welcome back from the ad break. We're nearly there. I just started linking. Alright. So yeah, like I said, it will be fun to give each of these separate sound effects, but for now we'll just leave it with the generic scream that we've got going there. You getting dizzy yet? We got a blob. Let's go through the door. Wait, did that do something? No, okay. Do you need more stars? We can get you some stars. Lumbee might come out of the woodwork. Lumbee likes the star game. But we gotta catch you up. Oh, we got another blob. I wanted something else, but we got the blob. Well, we got the zombie that time. Just jumping for the blob jump scare. There you go. Oh, we got another blob. Another blob. Waiting for another. Let's go into the next room. All we're getting is those so far. Did we make a mistake somewhere? So we've got jump scare choice. So it's at 44. So it should have been jump scare 3. But it wasn't. Oh, wait. This one's supposed to be less than. That's why. Seago, welcome in. So I think that was the issue, because it was set to greater than or equal to. It should have been less than or equal to. So it had less of a chance, or it was taking up more of a chance. It was taking up this one's chance. It was chill. Took a break from because you're indecisive about the design. Probably continue tomorrow. Right on. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's hard if you've, oh, there's a spider on the wall. If you've only got, like, one thing to work on, that can be tough. But if you've got multiple projects to work on, that can definitely help. I have something to kill this spider on the wall with. I got a real-life jump scare going here. I'm gonna get a tissue to kill this spider with. Be right back. It doesn't get away. Alright, sorry about that. So it didn't get away, but it did, right? Kill it with fire. It noticed me. It jumped off the wall, and then it kind of started running, and I tried to squish it, but it like didn't get squished, but because the carpet absorbed the squish. And then I tried again, and it didn't get squished that time, and I'm like, well, this time I'm gonna like really squish it, right? And then, but I didn't want it to like embed in the carpet, right? But it got kind of embedded between the wall and the carpet, and it like it's a squished corpse between the wall and the carpet, so we'll never see it again. But I didn't clean it. The corpse is still there, so what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah, I might continue the tile set later. Cool. Got a giant house spider roommate over here at my place. I know that feeling. We have fun stream, made some fun new meme-based emotes, and then talked about dresses and queer TV shows. I keep them around to handle the mosquitoes. That's not a bad idea. We've been getting an influx of wolf spiders, and people kept telling me to spray. They're trying to sell me spray, and it's like, fuck it, man. I'm not that afraid of spiders. But I did kill one last night, and I'm killing one today, so I think I will actually. I do have some like spider raid, and that seems to work pretty well. Ooh, that sounds fun. I caught your Jackbox stream. Oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't catch that, but I heard about it. Those turned out great, by the way. I love the grumpy cat, and the turtle is like surprise. Clearly, the agile and the chill pill. I like them all. They're very cool. Nice work on those. So we're testing jump scares. Prepare yourself to be jump scared. They don't happen very often. Oh, we got a frog. First time for the frog. The zombie jump scare so far, the one that really got me. Yeah. Did the first half a two-parter with a dinner cat and lady one, and have a fry sus one too. The frog is awesome, thank you. Yeah, I still have 2 emote slots, and I am. Oh, there's the zombie. I'm undecided on what to do. I've got an animated one and a non-animated one, and I want to make sure that it's a really good one for the animated one. And the non-animated one, I don't really like. I just don't have that many ideas. Personal Haiti, what's up? How you doing? Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, I made a raid emote too. Maybe I should do a raid one, but yeah. We got another zombie. We haven't seen the bat yet. Oh, there's the bat. So now we just need to make sure the blob's still working. That happened pretty quick. Now we need to export them and put them on Ko-fi, Etsy. Oh, cool, you're selling them? I didn't realize that. That's pretty cool. But good night. I'm gonna head to bed. Bye. Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate it. I hope you sleep well. I'm going to bed shortly after this too. It's already 4:20, and I'm hungry. I need to eat something before bed. Yep. Take care. It's always good to see you. we got another zombie. Where's the blob now? Is the blob just not gonna work? Please add my icon as an Easter egg, please, and thank you, Mr. Dev, for reading my text. I don't think I will do that. I don't know what your icon is, but also, you mean your YouTube icon? I don't know, that seems like free advertisement. There's not a whole lot of room for, wait, is Restream bot from a YouTube chat? Yeah, it says YouTube, and their name is Personal Haiti. Or Hattie, maybe. But yeah, that's a Restream bot. Yeah, I restream to YouTube, that way I don't have to worry about my VODs on Twitch or anything like that. Got quite a few VODs on YouTube. It's pretty cool, actually. Last October I did a game jam and streamed the entire thing and put that on a playlist so you can watch me make an entire game. I would do, oh, we got the blob, there it is. So all 4 of them are working. I would do that for this game jam, but this is a 3-month game jam, so it's, I mean, I've been streaming the whole thing, but making a playlist of 3 months of game jams is gonna be kind of tough. Also, you're not a bot. Yeah, no, you're not a bot, but Restream bot is conveying what you say so we can read it. Let me see if I can see what your icon is. Your icon, is that what you're talking about? Your YouTube icon? Because I can hardly see what that is. Is it a sandwich? Is it a pink bread sandwich? Is that what you want in my game? There's sponges. It's a sponge cake sandwich? Just a sponge sandwich? Well, I appreciate you wanting it to be there, but I don't think there's much room for that in my game, unfortunately. But yeah, are you a game developer yourself, Haiti? Can I call you Haiti? Are you artist, a game developer, or just hanging out? We're testing this game right now, but I'm pretty much done for the night. Probably gonna raid out pretty soon on Twitch. Oh, there's the blob again. But I appreciate you hopping on and saying hey. But yeah, this is day 17 now of a 3-month game jam for a Game Boy game. It's a Game Boy competition. Can't go back. Oh, look at that. That's broken now. Can. Door is locked. That one's not broken. Interesting. So we'll have to, door is locked. The laughter. Well, you can add my icon as a poster. But why would I do that? I don't understand. First of all, it doesn't even look like you own the rights to that image. And second of all, why would I do that? I don't understand why I would do that. Well, it didn't put can in the corner that time, so that's interesting. Oh, it put exclamation points that time. And a C. It's like changing it depending on where my cursor is. Anyways, I think we should clean this one up. Maybe we should do that tonight. Is refsing a old? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Momble game. It's referencing an old Momble game? I'm not sure what Momble is. But you know what you could do is you could make your own game and then you could put all your own references in there. Taco Crepe says, oh my god, what's happening? We need to optimize this a bit, is what's happening. Because apparently I'm using too many tiles and it doesn't like it. But yeah, sometimes people wander in with some strange requests, but asking to put their icon in my game, that's a new one for sure. It's called SpongeBob Crazy. Ah. Yeah, I would say it's a good opportunity to learn how to make games for yourself if you want to make sure that your icon gets put into someone's game. And fun fact. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Is that another game that are you referencing two games? We'll merge these down and we'll scooch this one up. We'll scooch this one up. We'll scooch that one up. I'll go ahead and lurk since I feel a nap coming. Thanks for the stream. If you leave soon, I probably will be leaving soon, but thank you for the lurk. I very much appreciate that and I hope you have a wonderful nap. Maybe we just like scooch all of this up. Nah. Maybe we start over. I don't think I have the original anymore though. This game was released in 2004, the SpongeBob game. Interesting. Were you playing games back in 2004? No. You weren't playing games in 2004? So how do you know about it? You're just a big SpongeBob fan? But I had heard it before. Did you hear it from, oh look, I do have the original. That's interesting. Did you hear it from a YouTuber or something like that? An old one, yeah. One that remembers things from 2004. Yeah, I was still in high school in 2004. We will copy the contents of this layer and paste it here on top. Like that. And then we need to figure out a way to make the art look good. We could make a new layer and do this and that, and maybe use, oops. Yeah, I never really watched a lot of SpongeBob, to be honest. I remember like one time watching SpongeBob, and it was funny enough. I just never really got into it. I got really into Adult Swim during that period. Did you ever watch Adult Swim? Or the cartoons that were on it. I really liked Aqua Teen Hunger Force and C Lab 2020, The Brack Show. There's one called Perfect Hair Forever that I thought was funny. I wonder if this will work better. We'll save it as a new one. And then we'll export it as Button Room 2. The YouTuber name was Huge dummy. Interesting name for a YouTuber. Yeah, I've never heard of that one. We'll back up a folder and we'll paste it here. And we're gonna remove the number 2 and we'll just put it right there over the old one. That's his name. Yup, that's an interesting name for a YouTuber. So yeah, it looks a little bit different than that room, for sure. But at least we won't go over on tiles, because that one was really close. Perfectly cut SpongeBob game frenzy moments. Interesting. This is the game. You remember. Now, anyways, so we're about ready to finish here. So we've saved our work. We did change that level, and we might have to change more, but for now it's going pretty well. We got a lot done today. We got 2 new jump scares in. We fixed a lot of the bugs that we had, and that's cool. But yeah, we do want to find some to raid, and it looks like Cosmo the Shadow Cat's raiding. You can watch the video. I'm okay on that, thank you though. And if we go to Twitch, let's see here. You want to? No, I don't, unfortunately. Thank you for sharing, but doesn't sound like my cup of tea, to be honest. So yeah, I'm going to do the raid message. For anyone who's still hanging out on Twitch, wants to join the raid, we are going to end the stream here. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks Haiti for chatting it up towards the end here, and thank you Infinite Metal for the raid, and Indiana Crones for the raid. Everyone was so supportive. I very much appreciate that. Lots of cool people. New follows from Borkloop Goop and Round Rodents. Very cool. Hymn of Words, thank you for that. Oh, and the Pantheon raid yesterday. Did I ever thank them for that? I think I did, but yeah. Anyways, we're going to raid Cosmo the Shadow Cat, or Cosmo the Shadow. They changed their name. Okay is just you can, enag is the idiom. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but thanks again for hanging out. We're finishing the stream here. The stream is ending, so thanks for all the support and for the chats. Anyways, we're going to raid, and then let's make sure I spell this right, since they changed their name. Cosmo the Shadow. Cosmo the Shadow. So yeah, everyone on Twitch who wants to join the raid, copy your raid message. And those of you on YouTube, I appreciate that you're hanging there, but we're ending the stream, so thank you again. And you can follow for more if you want to come back for another time. I've been streaming mostly every day, but kind of late, so but thank you again. And we're going to raid Cosmo the Shadow. It should be a lot of fun. They're probably playing Osu. No, Shadowverse, Worlds Beyond, Going Beyond Other Worlds, Shadowverse, Worlds Beyond is here. I'm not sure what that means, but we're gonna find out. They've been super supportive to the stream. And yeah, so we're going to head over there and see what they've been up to and call it a night. Make sure I got my own raid message here. We do. But take care, Haiti. We'll see you around. And I'm gonna hit the button. See you later.
Oh my god, Rick Olin with the